Testing one. Like right here on your chin.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Board of County Commissioners of Picken County regular meeting on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2020. First of all, John, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No additions or deletions to the agenda. Just a note, during public comment, there will be a presentation from the Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
So we should probably start with that.
So next up is public comments. So let's do the public comment from the Sheriff's Department first.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Burchetta. I'm the Chief Deputy of Operations for the Picken County Sheriff's Office. I'll just briefly introduce our guest. A few months ago, I was approached by one of our deputies who's a veteran of the United States Army who had nominated Sheriff DeSalvo for what's called the Patriot Award. It's an award that recognizes employers as supporting veterans, veteran activities, and also individuals participating in the reserves. We have two individuals that are currently on staff that are veterans of the United States Army, and Mr. Jim Stanko is here as a representative to present an award to Sheriff DeSalvo, and I will actually turn it over to him, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking a little bit of time. This is very important to us. Let me explain. Again, he said, my name is Jim Stanko, and I'm from Steamboat Springs, but I'm the area chairman for an organization that's called ESGR, which stands for Employer Support for Guard and Reserve Members. ESGR is an agency that is part of the Department of Defense, and it was established in 1972 to help Guard and Reserve members and employers with both employment and having employers recognize the importance of helping Guard and Reserve members attend training and things like that. One of the things that we do is that's very important is that we do recognize the employers that do participate in helping in Guard Reserve members. Like I said, we're part of a Department of Defense. We're one of the good government-saving organizations in the Department of Defense because other than a few paid staff, we're all volunteers. And so there's a ESGR in every state, and then each state is divided up into areas, and we have 6 areas in the state of Colorado, and there are about 100 of us volunteers that go around the state. These awards are not submitted by us. They have to be submitted by the Guard or Reserve member that is working for the department or for the employer that's doing that. And I've been doing this for the last 6 or 7 years here in Northwest Colorado, and we've presented these awards over in Leadville, Lake County, Rio Blanco County, and of course my hometown of Steamboat Springs. We've presented several of these awards. So what I'm going to do right now, so that I don't take a lot of your time, I'm going to ask the sheriff to come up, and the first thing that I'd like him to do is we are going to present the Sheriff's Department with what is called a statement of support for Guard and Reserves. And this is going to be given to the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office. And again, it was submitted last year. I'm sorry for the year's delay and stuff in this. But this basically says that we recognize the Guard and Reserve are essential to the strength of our nation and well-being of our communities. The highest American tradition, the patriotic men and women of the Guard and Reserve serve voluntarily in an honorable and vital profession. They train to respond to their community, to their country in time of need. They deserve the support of every segment in our society. If these volunteer forces are to continue to serve our nation, increased public understanding is required of the essential role of the Guard and Reserve in preserving our national security. Therefore, we join with other employers in pledging that we fully recognize and honor and comply with the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Acts. We will provide our managers and supervisors with the tools they need to effectively manage those employees who serve in the Guard and Reserve. We appreciate the values, leadership, and unique skills service members bring to the workforce, and will encourage opportunities to employ Guard and Reservists and transitioning service members and veterans. We will continually recognize and support our country's service members and their families in peace, in crisis, and in war. And so that's why I wanted to do this in front of the county commissioners, because I think it's important that you, as the government officials of Pitkin County, realize that departments that also function in Pitkin County are working and have worked to preserve, to work with our Guard and Reserve members. So Sheriff, if I can get you to sign this, and then I'll present it to you. Sign it right there, please. Your pen. I won't try to.
That's stealing government property.
Been done before.
On camera.
Sheriff, thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
support of
Thank
Guard
you,
and
I
Reserve
appreciate
members.
it. Thank you. If I could just say a word.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Kelly Ferguson was our first reserve that we hired, and one weekend a month she goes and gives her time for our country, and I can't tell you what she does because it's classified. But she goes willingly and with excitement, and with the primary cause to serve our country and for none other. And how many years do you have left?
I don't know, but I've been in for 10.
She's been in for 10 years. She's
10
trying to
to
make it to
20.
20. But this is the first time we've done this, and I want to encourage other veterans that this organization welcomes them and will accommodate them for the service that they do for us in their reserve time. Kelly has a small child and a husband, and once a month she goes. And my biggest fear for her is to be deployed, and I hope that never happens. But I want to thank you, Kelly, for submitting this for me, and thank you. And I encourage veterans to come work for this organization because I think that it's important that we support these people when they come home, when they're out of work, and it's just an honor to be part of this. The respect I have for the people who wear the uniform, I can't get into, but we all know that's my main cause. So Kelly's been a pleasure, and I don't mind telling you she's really good at her job. So I think they deserve any recognition.
Thank you.
Kelly, you're up.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to present Joe with just a little certificate representing what we talked about here. Basically, I've been in the Army almost 10 years, and half of that time has been in the reserves, and I've never had an employer support me as much as the Pickens County Sheriff's Office has. They always take an interest in what I do and give me the time I need to get the training done that I need to get done. So here's this, Joe.
Thank you, Kelly.
Oh, thanks.
This is great.
This belongs to all of us.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
And the timing is perfect since we've got you guys busy this coming week.
That's right.
I was just out there and things are gearing up.
Thank you, Mr.
So Kelly, before you run out the door, I'm an Army veteran, and I served with a lot of National Guard people who had been activated,
Oh, okay.
and I really appreciate your service,
thanks.
especially, 10-year period and
Yeah.
going for 20 years.
Hopefully.
Taking time out of your life when you'd probably rather be home with your family doing things. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Alex, you want
We moving on for the emergency ordinance? Is that where?
No,
No,
we're
I just
not, we're
didn't know
not
if
to
you had
that yet.
anything more to say.
No, I'm good.
We'll
Thank
get to you.
No more surprises for us?
No more surprises. Sorry.
Congrats, so,
Flexibility.
are there further public comments? And I know there's at least one. Lee, do you want to do your presentation now?
Yes, sir.
That was a nice surprise.
Sorry that it was a surprise.
Oh, we like surprises.
We like surprises.
My name is Lee Mulcahy, and I am grateful for many, many things. Before I came here, there was an elk herd in my neighbor's backyard. He has 50 acres, and it was pretty. It's like living in Yellowstone here. I'm grateful to my God. I'm grateful to this community. I'm grateful to my church. I'm grateful to my 84-year-old mom who is a pistol. If I don't get through this, can you put this online? Because I only have 3 minutes. Can we put this online?
We put it in the public record, but we don't put anything technically online. It's in the public record,
Oh, but before we had.
which is online, but it's not like broadcast.
Oh, right. But somebody could see this online.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
they could.
perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So, cut me off. I'm grateful to my neighbor Kelly for your. I'm grateful to you, John, and I'm grateful to Skippy. He's going to come over and look at the house. We live in a community that cares, and I feel is sometimes we get away from in our political battles. And do you want me to continue with this, or can we go off script?
Well, it's your comments, Lee.
Steve, you knew my father. You're a rancher. Do you think that we should not get 15 minutes on your agenda to look at some of these critical things?
Lee, we're not answering questions right now. You can make your comments, and then we can consider them.
Yes, sir. Why am I here? The twin 800-pound gorillas of the Upper Valley are the government and SKICO. Their mouthpiece is often the Aspen Times. This weaponized combination threatens the very liberty that Americans fought a revolution to secure. American historian Gary Gersel warns that the fracture between the Democrats, and I think all 5 of you are Democrats, and Republicans in my family that you're trying to evict from the home that we built, over the proper reach of government constitutes an unbridgeable chasm and may portend to our nation's decline. Nationally and locally, government policy has created the greatest inequality since the robber barons, the Gilded Age, and we have a new oligarchy that is above the law, and that includes APSHA. Locally, we hope to move forward on our attempted eviction from the community we love in the spirit of peace and negotiation. To that end, I will be doing a free salon at our house on radical Aspen politics next week. I say this in a wicked sense of humor. I brought this hoping liberal Democrat George Newman, I would say Comrade George Newman, because he's the closest thing to Lenin east of Beijing. And this is, I knew you would love it, Greg, because it's about, it's done in Aspen Public Radio. They remove the music, and I think that's super unfortunate, but sometimes that's how our community operates. I recently turned in a Cora request asking for a record of an agenda, a voting item, or any meeting notes from 2015 when it was decided to sue my family to remove us from the home we built. The city's response? No such document. Tom Smith, your former attorney and currently your housing department attorney, who is controversial, was investigated for dishonesty and conflict of interest by the Attorney Regulation Council of the Colorado Supreme Court. He got off because no one from the town would testify against him. He was the town attorney at the time, but later fired for things like suing
So, Lee, you probably don't have time to read the whole thing. If you could summarize and make conclusions for your statement.
Yes, sir. We brought 2,000 signatures of citizens and world citizens, Father Hilton, Sam Houston IV, descendant of that Sam Houston of Texas, police officers, sheriff duties, both rabbis, pastors, demanding that you give us a hearing. You have failed to give us 15 minutes of your time. APSHA often meets in secret session. In a cruel joke, the judge, a former local politician who was previously your assistant county attorney and then became judge, gave us one public hearing in 4 years, but we could only discuss which receiver and nothing about any of the unconstitutional due process violations committed by both APSHA.
Lee, you need to conclude.
Yes, sir.
You're past your time already.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your
Okay.
time. I appreciate it.
And if
Okay.
you want to leave that with Jeanette, though.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you.
Yep. Okay, are there any other members of the public who wish to make comments? And I can't see behind Lee's painting at the moment. I don't believe there are any other public comments. Are there commissioner comments?
I'll start off. X Games is upon us. I was just out there this morning. They're gearing it up. It's always fun to see how they can pull off that event. And just be prepared, because next week when it's over, it comes down much faster than it goes up. I did notice a trailer out there today, an emergency management trailer from some county, and I'm going to ask Alex if you don't mind. What county was that? It was not one of ours.
It originally was, let me step up.
Yeah.
Originally, that's from Eagle County.
Oh.
And it was donated to Pitkin County. So we took the Eagle off, and it just says just says County Incident Management Trailer.
Because it was very formidable. It's in a great location. I noticed it when I first walked into the venue. So I just want to remind people to be safe out there. We will be passing an emergency ordinance about tobacco and marijuana use on the grounds. That'll be coming up on our agenda. But it's a great event. It's looking really cool out there. So again, please mind your manners and be safe and enjoy.
Kelly?
So we all know 2020 is an election year, and what that means for us is we have 3 elections in Colorado. The first one is steaming towards us. So I just wanted to announce that Your ballots will be in the mail on February 10th. And so if people plan to be out of town for the March 3rd presidential primary election, now is the time to go to the clerk's office and update your mailing address so that you can be properly mailed a ballot. In Colorado, all voters can participate in the primary. If you're affiliated with a party, you will be sent that party's ballots. We only have major party participation in the presidential primaries, so Democrats and Republicans will each receive their ballot. Unaffiliated voters will receive both and have the opportunity to vote on one. I recommend you do your homework because there are candidates on those ballots who are no longer running, so make sure your vote counts. And please, check in with the clerk's office or go online at Go Vote Colorado to make sure your mailing address is updated. From election to election, if you've made any changes, they will carry over until you update your address again.
Can I ask a question? Is this the first time we've had a primary that's not with our regular Pickens County primary?
So yes, in 2016, a initiative passed on the ballot to hold a presidential primary that is separate from all the other primaries, which will occur in June for every other state level and local level office.
Because I saw that and I went, what's happening in March? So we have March, we have June, and then we have November.
Yep. March 3rd, June 30th, and November 3rd.
So we're definitely
So
giving
it's a long election year, and I'll keep bringing updates to remind people.
Thank you for the clarification. so
Words
people
of
know.
wisdom from our former election official from the county.
Yeah, we like having her over there.
Any other public comments? George?
Some of you may remember the song American Pie. It talked about the time, the death of Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper. And it was sort of referred to the day the music died. And I was reading some of the letters to the editor this week, and I had not realized that the music has died at our Aspen Public Radio station, which I was really surprised to hear and disappointed. Music that has been presented to the community by volunteers, longtime volunteers in our community, that programs are in the evening, and to try to substitute local music venues from jazz to Saturday night stands, hot wax, for BBC and more repetitive news broadcasts, I think is a wrong path to go on. And I would encourage the board of directors at Aspen Public Radio and the executive director to revisit what they are hearing from the community and try to readjust and find a better balance to maintain what we've had for many, many years, and which I've enjoyed tremendously in the evenings, listening to some great jazz and some great old music.
Thank you, George. Greg?
I'll second what George said. I was pretty shocked when I heard that the DJs at KJAX had all been canceled fairly abruptly on a Friday before a holiday weekend without any real public announcement, and I thought that was a bit of a shock. Certainly they were shocked by it. I've been listening to KJAX and public radio since day one. I remember when Cy Coleman came in and took half of Grassroots TV's cable TV funds to start KJAX. I was the manager at Grassroots at the time, so I really resented him for it, but I've loved Aspen Public Radio ever since, and I think I've listened to Stu Huck's jazz show probably for 30-something years. Like, that's been my Thursday night thing for so long, and he taught me about jazz. It was an education, and so many of the other programs like Performance Today and others as well. So I've been mourning this. I've also been monitoring social media and seeing a lot of very upset people. We're seeing letters in the paper. I've written to the board, and others can do the same if they feel the same way. I do understand change is inevitable, and sometimes change is good. Change creates opportunities. Maybe there's an opportunity for another radio station in the Valley. And quite frankly, that's what comes to my mind. Maybe their surveys have indicated that segment of the population would like to hear something different. But I also know we have a really solid funding base in people who listen to music who want to hear music. So stay tuned. Maybe something else will emerge from this that, maybe we get all of the above rather than having to cut one group out to satisfy another. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it, and I think that's it for me for today.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Those were kind of my sentiments also, and I've been a long time supporter, financial and otherwise, of Aspen Public Radio. So I hope this is not what the future is. I hope we can take a couple steps back and regain our music programming. Okay, moving on to our consent items. We have one item, the minutes of the regular meeting of January 8th. Does anyone have any?
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve those minutes. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you,
Okay.
Jeanette.
Thanks, Jeanette, always for doing the minutes. Individual consideration items, first readings, these are set for public hearing on February 12th. So the first one, and this is your item now. Thank you, Ron. It's emergency ordinance prohibiting both the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises and the public consumption of marijuana for the duration of the ESPN Winter X Games.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, Alex Burchetta with the Pickens County Sheriff's Office here representing my undersheriff, Ron Ryan. I hate to always start off with an apology, but I do have to apologize that I'm coming before you with an emergency ordinance or request for an ordinance. Seeing that the X Games starts tomorrow, quite honestly, it was an oversight that the 3-year ordinance that was in place up until last year expired at the end of last year. So thank you for getting me in to present in front of you. Over the recent past, we've used this emergency or this ordinance to prohibit the use and the consumption of alcohol and marijuana excuse me, during the X Games as a tool, not necessarily to enforce that or to write tickets to people or to put people in front of a judge, but quite simply to first and foremost protect the safety and security of the event as a whole, but also to educate individuals that are coming to our community to have fun. It allows our officers to patrol the Brush Creek Intercept Lot and other unlicensed public premises in the county during the duration of the X Games to educate people, to remind them that public consumption of alcohol and marijuana is not permitted, and that there are potentially other ways that they can enjoy themselves at the games. It also reinforces both the message that we have, I think, as a county, but also that ESPN has, that this is a family-friendly and a family-oriented event. So I come before you just to request this emergency ordinance not only for this year of 2020, but also for 3 years, so for 2020, 2021, and 2022. I'm happy to answer questions if anyone has any questions about the particulars of the ordinance.
Patty?
No changes in the ordinance from the prior years?
No.
Okay, so thank you, and I'm glad, because one of my questions was why is it coming so late, but I can understand now because of the 3-year time frame. So, and how long does X Games have their contract?
I think they signed another 5-year contract.
Is it another 5 out?
I believe.
So we'll keep an eye on you in 3 years.
Yeah. I'll make a calendar notification now.
A little tickler.
Yeah.
So, Alex, we had some discussion or thoughts that we always used to do this on an annual basis.
Correct.
And it was a useful thing to have publicity right before the X Games to kind of remind people of what is happening. So by doing a 3-year ordinance, you don't have to come back the next 2 years.
Correct.
But right before X Games, I think we still need every year to remind people that this is the rule. And
definitely, I agree with you. I think it's a great opportunity to inform the board of the activities and the events of their public safety professionals and how they're involved in the event, but also to get the word out to the community as well. So I mean, I'd be happy at your request to come back every year, pre-event to
good
just
idea.
touch base.
So maybe even just a public comment or something, just for a reminder to people that these are the rules we want to have a safe and fun X Games for everybody.
Definitely.
And if someone is, their behavior, they're on, a substance abuse issue, and their behavior can ruin the event for themselves and for other people. So
For sure, definitely.
So,
we appreciate that.
yeah, and as far as that, I just want to make it very clear to the public, this isn't just the event venue, it's the Brush Creek Park and Ride, also known as the Intercept Lot, and any of the bus stops. There's no alcohol or smoking of marijuana or those kind of issues at those. So a lot of people think you can pull in the parking lot and have a few beers before you get on the bus, but no, you can't.
That's correct.
So I think people need to know that, and that's why this is so important.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I'll also just remind that you can't consume alcohol on the RAFTA buses either.
Right.
And, that's been in place for a while, but we still see it occasionally. So I hope everyone's on their best behavior and are nice to the bus drivers and everyone else working the event.
Even the bus drivers from the Rocky Mountain National Park and Bryce Canyon, and they'll all be here.
I'll be here.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this emergency ordinance, which we would have a confirmatory reading public hearing on February 12th. Is there further comment?
But it takes effect after we move it forward to.
Yeah, it will take effect immediately now. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks, Alex.
Okay, thanks, Alex.
Good luck
Appreciate
this
you bringing
weekend.
that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Next, we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2020. Welcome, Ann.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Driggers, Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee. I am bringing forward today for your review a resolution to change the distribution of the county's 2% sales tax that we share with the local municipalities. 42 years ago, it was approved through Resolution 78-121 that 57% of the county's 2% sales tax would be shared with the municipalities, and it would be done so in using a calculation where there was a rolling 2-year average from September through August of all of the municipalities' portion of the sales tax. We'd add all that up, figure out what their share would be based upon the 2-year history each. So at the end of each year, we send out emails to each of the municipalities asking them for their numbers, and we put that into our magic number crunching machine, also known as an Excel spreadsheet. And these are the percentages that we'll be asking you to approve, and that will share the sales tax beginning March, because that's when we received January's sales tax. So it's 76% goes to the city of Aspen. Town of Snowmass Village is almost 21%, and the town of Basalt almost 3%. And that shakes out the whole 2% is the largest portion of it goes to Aspen, but only marginally. The 43% also goes to us, and then Snowmass is about 12%, and then 1.6 for Basalt. So on the second page, you can see how the change in that sales tax allocation has taken place over the last 6 years. Interestingly enough, in 2020, the allocation for Aspen has gone down 1.3%, and Snowmass has gone up 4.7%, and Basalt 3.7%. My uneducated guess is that that's because Snowmass Base Village has seen a lot of new retail come online, and that's why theirs has gone up. And then Basalt is because probably also an increase in their sales tax and a lot of retailers, but also the fire has seen a lot of expenditures in their area. They've seen sales tax go up significantly. So Then the second table on the second page shows you the actual amounts distributed to the municipalities. And using the share that we're proposing before you today, you can see how the 2020 budget would be shared, the sales tax that we have budgeted in the county budget, how much would go to each of the municipalities. You can see there the increase in total sales tax is about is up significantly, and that's a reflection of the change in the sales tax laws that took place in 2019. So my recommendation to you is to review, to approve this and move to second hearing on February the 12th.
Questions?
Sure. The law change you refer to as the use tax versus sales tax changes, is that what
It was a change in the sales tax and how it was charged according to the location.
Okay.
It affects our use tax as well, but it wasn't a change in the law for use tax.
Thank you for clarifying.
And I'm a stickler for math. And
Yes, what have I done wrong now?
your percentages don't, it adds up to 100.00001% total.
Where's that one?
With Aspen getting you rounded everybody up, and Aspen's would have been rounded down to make an exact 100%.
Okay.
So I actually ran the math, and it's a difference of $1,800 about
Okay.
difference.
I'll-
So, I mean,
I'll double
we
check the
can't come
numbers
up
for
with
the second hearing.
$1,800 out of thin air, but I think, I don't know, somehow you can make the.
Manipulate the
make
numbers.
it
Yeah,
come out to
there is
exactly
at
100%.
some point you have to do some rounding in here.
Yeah.
You must need to take it out a few more decimal points.
Yeah, I think we went out to 5 decimal points, but I'll push it out further.
So I'll let
and
you
see.
figure out how.
Yeah.
And I know in the
Okay.
end, we have to divide it up.
At some point, yeah.
According to the formula, so.
Right, yeah, okay.
I tried to get him to eat lunch rather than do that, but he's really into the numbers.
I'm so grateful for your eye. If you ever would like a job in the finance department.
Well, when I
Careful what you ask
retire
for.
from being commissioner.
So I'll double check those numbers. Thank you for that.
All right.
On that note, I'm going to make a motion to approve and set for second reading public hearing on February the 12th.
I'll second.
With a correction in the decimal points to at least 7, 8, 9 digits.
However far Excel will let me take it.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. Further comments? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Appreciate your hard work always.
Good luck tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Take care.
Next, we have a resolution granting FM radio station allocations on the Picken County translator system. And we have Jeff here presenting.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present this today. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the Communications Site Manager for Picken County. Before you today is the first of 2 readings for a resolution to award 2 open FM translator licenses. The county operates and maintains 40 FM translator licenses throughout the valley. It spans Aspen to Glenwood Springs. We also have sites in the Frying Pan River Valley at Thomasville, and also one at Elephant, which covers the Crystal River Valley. 2 of those 40 translator licenses became open. They were originally awarded to Radio CMC, which operates out of the Colorado Community College at Spring Valley. They originally had a broadcast curriculum whereby they operated a broadcast studio called Radio CMC. Early last year, they decided to no longer offer that curriculum, and as such, there was no need to continue operating Radio CMC. So they came to us and said, we are going to release these 2 licenses The 2 licenses currently operate at Crown, which serves Basalt, and at Upper Red Mountain, which serves Aspen. These FM licenses are highly cherished, and because the county operates, maintains, and funds it, and it's really a free service for both public and commercial radio stations. We proceeded to have a open application process. The process that we use is actually included in your packet. It's really a flow chart, but it really provides a criteria, if you will, for the translator or the telecommunications advisory board to select an open station. And the translator advisory board, just for your knowledge, consists of 5 citizen board members. They operate in an advisory role. They basically make recommendations on issues that come up, but they also make recommendations whenever a new translator license comes up. So they proceeded to follow this flow chart that's in your packet. We put out open request back in May, I believe. We had 6 applicants. Of those first 6 applicants, they kind of went through a pretty long process starting in May and finally awarding it in early January. But on the original process, they had awarded it to a station called KQSE. They're actually out of Gypsum and Newcastle. And during the discovery process, they found out that they were not transmitting their emergency broadcast. And that's a requirement for our translator system, is you must transmit an emergency broadcast signal. And so the translator advisory board opened it up again, and during that second process elected to award the 2 open translators to 2 separate stations, one being KGHT, which operates out of Williams Peak in Old Snowmass, and the other being KSPN. And the reason why they awarded it to KSPN is because, as most of you know, we lost the Lower Red site last summer, and they were operating off of the Lower Red site at 1,000 watts. We moved them over to Jackrabbit later in the summer, but they're operating at Jackrabbit at a lower power level, so at 100 watts. And so in order to fill the gap, which they have, and they're an icon station within our valley, the board recommends that we award the Upper Red translator site to KSPN. And I think we have a representative from, at least from KGHT here today, so.
Okay.
And again, this is our recommendation, first reading, and then second reading will be February 12th.
Okay, questions from the board? Greg?
Jeff, just a technical question. You talked about the emergency signal that wasn't being broadcast. Is that like a sub thing that people won't hear, but is it always being broadcast? Or is
No,
that just
it's
the occasional?
The federal government requires that they put out test. You might hear these test tones come across the radio occasionally. They make that requirement. The radio stations must produce that test tone, an emergency broadcast signal.
Okay, so that's the one we all hear.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's monthly or
It's
whenever.
on the federal side they do it once a year, but there is local requirements as well, and they do it more often. Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
So, Jeff, with the broadcasting from the Upper Red for KSPN, would the parts of Aspen that have kind of been in a shadow, will they all be covered by that?
That will help fill their gap in Aspen, and that's they're operating out of Jackrabbit. It's hard to get around into that East Aspen area and some of those drainages, so this will help with that.
Okay. And is this as good of service as they were getting, or
it is
from
not,
lower,
unfortunately, because they were
lower
operating
red?
at 1,000 watts before. So
No, I
it's-
mean at lower, the difference between lower red and upper red. Like, for instance, if we never put the lower red back in, do people still get KSPN who got it before?
They do, yes. But the main problem, because they were operating at such high wattage before, is you could turn on the radio station to 103.1 in Aspen, and you'd hear them all the way down the valley.
I know,
You
you lose it right in the middle of the morning.
That's right, you lose them. So now you lose them about halfway down. So,
Okay.
and you have to switch stations because we do actually have them operating at a Crown, and they're also operating out of Sunlight
Further down.
Peak. So you have to, it's a pain, but as you're going down valley, you have to switch your station.
Just wanted to ask, so the upper Red Mountain is a lower wattage transmit?
Yes.
Okay, that's 100 water then, or?
The most of our translator powers outputs are actually under 50 watts.
Okay.
So.
All right, thanks.
Okay. And I went online. I hadn't heard of the KGHT before, and I actually went online and I could stream the broadcast that was happening. I wanted to hear what they were broadcasting. So I'm being dragged into the technological age on this streaming business, but
Right.
I like the music that was playing on there. It sounded good.
Yeah.
Kelly?
Who else applied? Who were the 3 other applicants?
Okay, you had to ask that question. Let's see.
It's
K-Snow.
It's not super relevant. It's just
K-Snow
curious.
was one.
Mhm.
Yeah, but who were the others?
The KQSE, K-Snow, KPVW,
KPVW. Yeah.
Spanish station,
Okay.
the KGHT, and
You
Yeah,
can
I
bring it
got-
back
that's
in
fine.
second reading.
What's that?
You can bring it back in second read.
Okay, I'll do that.
You filled in the blanks for
I
me.
believe
based
it is
on
in the
what
packet
we
though
have.
too,
Yeah.
at least the 6 stations. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe not. Well, I'll bring it on second reading. Yes.
Gee, I would entertain a motion to.
I move to approve, and second reading is scheduled when? Scheduled
For February 12th.
February 12th.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved in second and to approve the allocation of the FM radio station vacancies. Is there any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
All right,
Thank you
Jeff.
all.
Thanks, Jeff
All right.
and Michelle.
And thanks
Have a
to
good
our
day.
Translator Advisory Board.
That's too bad we're doing this
Right,
one now.
yeah,
not
thanks to
the-
our board members as well for all the work they did.
They know, they can,
Okay, next
way it
we
goes, Patty.
have an ordinance repealing and reenacting section 8-30 and amending section 2-40-130 of the Pickens County Land Use Code, implementing a new methodology for calculating the employee housing impact fee.
Thanks, Steve. There's a certain amount of, it's about time, I think, associated with this. The county's employee housing impact fee was first established in 2005, and shortly thereafter it was perceived readily by everybody involved in the first calculation and the first legislation that established it, that it was going to be somewhat inadequate. The dilemma at that time was with the calculus that was set up to calculate the rough approximation of the subsidized cost to house a typical employee. The county undertook an effort to redo it a few times in 2007, and then we were stymied with the recession, so it was shelved. There was another effort that was combined with APCHA and the city of Aspen that was moving along pretty well. But when the city of Aspen withdrew from the effort, that effort stopped also. So thank you to the board for bringing this back. Appreciate the opportunity to relate the conclusions of our most recent consultant efforts. So the employee housing impact fee has 2 components, 2 multipliers. The first, or actually doesn't matter the order because they're both multipliers, but one of them is the calculus to determine the number of employees generated that it's associated with a particular type of development at a particular time of approval. The next calculus is the calculus that I just mentioned to determine the cost of the subsidy associated with housing one hypothetical typical employee. So the calculus having to do with employee generation, which was established at the time of the initial employee housing impact fee, has not been perceived to be defective and is not recommended now for any change. So that the calculus that was originally employed by the county that was derived by Clarion Associates working with individual Dr. James Nicholas is still recommended to be followed. The dilemma with the calculus is in the determination of the subsidy amount for the typical employee was the flaw. And it has fallen off the mark over time, and as time goes by, it continues to be rendered more and more irrelevant to the true cost of attempting to subsidize housing for an employee. So a new methodology is recommended to the board. The old one was based upon construction costs. And so there was a calculus that would involve the estimation of the cost of raw land, as well as a calculus for the estimation of constructing housing on that theoretical almost parcel of vacant land. And the dilemma there is the upkeep of that data. It involves a very time-consuming, very expensive, really, effort to reevaluate all the variables that go into that methodology. The methodology that's being recommended is very straightforward. It can be updated almost in an afternoon and would be recommended to be updated at least once a year. So if I could, I guess, direct the board's attention to anything in particular, would be page 5 or the 5th page of the memo. I'm not sure what the sequential page is after your packets were loaded, but it's the chart that looks like this. And this is the chart that will be used for calculation of this subsidy for employee housing, for the housing of an employee, I should say. So the first item that is of note is the target housing quantity, which is always been referred to by the county as the target for the subsidy, which is a individual making the area mean income. The area mean income for Pitkin County is a figure that's put out by HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing Urban Development. It's done every spring, and it reflects a different composition for number of individuals in a household. The individual targeted then is someone who is making the mean income in the county. So if you're making a little bit more or a little bit less, this calculus is a little bit off, a little bit deficient, or a little bit in surplus. But going for that average area mean income, I think is still a decision I would recommend to the board, but I wanted to point it out and highlight it to the board that this is an assumption that can be changed at any point in time. If, for example, the board feels that there is a segment of the population that is not being addressed sufficiently, we can simply change, instead of 100% of the area mean income as our target, then we go 80%, which would reduce the income target level, or 60%, to sort of to deepen that emphasis of the fee. So at this point in time, what the recommendation is for 100% of the area mean income. I think that that is something that would be brought back to the board for an evaluation periodically, but not on a regular basis unless so directed by the board. If you think that that target is simply too high of a target of a income earning individual in the community. So that area mean income for an individual is reflected on the first line, line A of that chart, which doesn't have a number. Sorry about that. The average, according to the last census, which will be updated shortly, but the last census indicates that there are, on average, approximately 2 individuals per household in Pitkin County. And so the area mean income for a 2-person household is reflected on that chart at $82,800. The accepted figure for how much gross income an individual should or could contribute to housing is about 30%. That's a figure that's widely used. It's used by the United States government in their calculus for housing assistance that the federal government does get involved with. It's also used by most lenders when evaluating the eligibility for loans. So if you look at 30% of your gross income as being available for housing, and then deduct from that the amounts that are associated with housing which are not attributable directly to a loan, either in paying back the principal or the interest, which is about 30% of that number, and that number is a number that would reflect homeowners' fees or dues, any charges or surcharges on your interest rate that would be reflective of a mortgage insurance calculus, taxes, and other incident costs of home ownership that are not directly related to the loan. So if you you deduct those amounts, then you have a lesser amount available for servicing a loan. So with that subtraction, you arrive at a amount that is available for spending on a loan that is acquired for home purchase. To that amount is then calculated average interest at the time of the calculation of this chart. When we did this chart a few months ago, well, near summer actually, but when this was done the last time, the going rate of interest was 4.25%, I believe. Yes, 4.25%. And to that 4.25% estimate was then added 1 point. And the reason that addition is made is quite simply most folks who are applying for loans that are seeking affordable housing are probably not going to obtain the most favorable loan rates that are otherwise quoted to other individuals. So with an interest rate at 5.25%, and assuming a 30-year note with fixed interest payment, not an adjustable rate mortgage or adjustable rate interest on your note, you get closer to the subsidy amount. So that number then is adjusted further by calculating what the anticipated down payment is from the average individual, and typically speaking, with the availability of cash, quite frankly, from most folks who are purchasing affordable housing, the average down payment is about 5%. So if you add in that 5% to the buying power of your target individual, the individual making 100% of AMI, area median income, then you're getting to the conclusion in that chart, which is, at least at the last summer, of $278,882, and that is the buying power of a household of two earning the area mean income in Pitkin County. So what this calculus is trying to demonstrate is essentially a gap, and our consultant, a woman named Melanie Reese, actually this is something that she came up with actually a number of years ago. It's been utilized by a number of jurisdictions, and I would think at this point in time is actually the most prevalent methodology for making this calculation. And her term for this is the affordability gap calculus. So we start with what is affordable by the target individual or group of individuals, and then we compare that against what the free market rate of sales is for an area. So the second group of figures in this chart is that exercise. The first element of that is to determine a median market price for free market sales. The initial calculus, or the initial set to this calculation, is determine what area you want to look at. All sales data is available from every assessor's office in every county in the state. So if we wanted to extend the program down Valley, we could extend this by analyzing sales data all the way to Glenwood Springs, for example. It's recommended that we refine our analysis to only unincorporated areas of Pitkin County. The recommendation is based on the the fact that most of our efforts in recent years have been focused in the unincorporated areas of Pickens County. We have created affordable housing inventory within the city of Aspen, and we've also done it within the city of, or within the town of Basalt. However, most of the expenditures and most of the efforts have been in the unincorporated area of Pickens County. So it's recommended, at least for now, to refine our analysis of sales data to unincorporated Pickens County. The two biggest variables, or the two variables that affect the outcome number the greatest, are the selection of the target individuals to reflect in the calculus of the fee, and that is the 100% of AMI. If the board were to change that to say 80% or some other percentage of area mean income, something less than that mean income amount, the fee subsidy rises dramatically. Likewise, with the area for sales data analysis, if we change the sales consideration from unincorporated Pickens County to all of Pickens County, which would include the municipalities of Basalt and Snowmass Village and the city of Aspen, especially with the data coming in from the city of Aspen, that number easily doubles. So based on where we're targeting our efforts and what we've been doing in the recent past, changing that area of analysis is certainly an appropriate exercise. Right now, as I said, it's recommended that we focus on unincorporated areas of Pickens County, but the board could very well decide that we have a broader reach and include areas of the entire county, for example, or even into Eagle County or the portion of Eagle County in the Roaring Fork Valley. So the next discrimination on that sales data is the age of that data. George, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Yeah, just before you go on to the age, my question is on the market price part of it. So you've got a medium market price of square footage of 454. What we're trying to do is address the ability to mitigate and to provide affordable housing. So my question is, the $454 a square foot, that seems high in terms of what a deed-restricted or affordable unit, even at approximately 1,100 square feet, would cost per foot.
That's the fair market value.
That's a fair. That's a fair market value. But maybe you'll address this later on. But it seems like what we're trying to do is we're trying to see what it's going to cost to provide an affordable unit, which is probably, as you show, an average is about 1,100 square feet. So the cost of building that affordable unit, I would think, would be less on a square footage basis than in the free market.
The dilemma when you start looking at the cost of creating the unit or getting into a construction level analysis is that you really start throwing a lot of variables around. And one of them is, I bet you could create this unit for less per square foot of construction by having modular construction or a prefab construction that's assembled on site as opposed to stick-built or any number of other alternatives. And that's one of the reasons that construction methodology really got bogged down. One of the dilemmas when the board was faced with picking what to choose on all of those variables is that the board invariably tended to be very conservative as you hit every point. So at the end of the analysis, you get a number that's really rather low. So this, like the number of the free market value per square foot, is based straight on sales data. The sales data is discriminated a little bit, and you have to manipulate it somewhat to make it relevant to the average affordable or employee housing unit with the average numbers of employees that are housed in such a unit to make it relevant to that subsidy level. But those adjustments simply reflect the quality of the data that you're working with. You simply have to match the apples to the oranges, and so you have to make a couple of adjustments that way.
But couldn't we utilize, let's say, the city's costs in Burlingame? And obviously, we have to sort of account for the land subsidy in there, but just in terms of the building costs, the square footage costs, wouldn't that give us a little more accurate information?
You know, we tried that,
Yeah.
and it got us where we are.
Yeah, okay.
So I mean, you would think that intuitively, but it still is difficult to keep it. I'll tell you, to keep it current. If you looked at the last, say, housing units that were created in Burlingame by the city, that would be one thing. If you look at it after, say, a year of time goes by, that cost is already dated and is no longer. It really is not accurate. And if you reflect that cost to someplace else in the county, then it starts to get more and more inaccurate because of the cost of construction and land is so remarkably different when you get outside of the city of Aspen. The last project, in my recollection, that the county created within the city metro district, I think, was Stillwater. I'm not recalling anything since then. But we have done, well, and the most recent one is the one that's still under construction, Basalt Vista, which is within the town limits of Basalt. So its cost of construction is remarkably different from our experience in Stillwater, even though Stillwater predated Basalt Vista by more than a decade. So, yeah, that cost of construction is a slippery slope. It really does. It creates a number that is very difficult. And it's difficult to update, as I said. It's very expensive and time-consuming. It would take a while to hire professionals, appraisers initially, and then contractors to try to keep all of those variables up to date. And in fact, the county kind of didn't even pursue that, and we defaulted to an increase annually based upon a CPI index. And that really didn't have any relationship to the cost of housing here in our county, the index being based in the Denver metro area. So,
okay, thanks.
And anyway, let's get back to this thing, and hopefully it is as apparent as I like to think it is. But so once you look at this, the area of concern for sales data, you then have to take a look at the age of it. It's recommended that we look at 3 years and that we create a rolling mean for those 3 years. And the reason that's recommended is that looking at 3 years, you will eliminate too many or more frequent occurring widely varying number. And it modulates itself by including a 3-year analysis of sales data. And 3 years is not quite so ancient that the data, on the furthest year back, it becomes statistically irrelevant. The next adjustment is what type of sales data. So you start with all residential sales in an area, say the unincorporated area of Pickens County, and then you eliminate certain sales because the adjustments that are required to relate the sales transaction to the affordable housing manner of housing is just too great and too cumbersome and fraught with problems of making those adjustments. So from the sales data, you eliminate any sales of restricted properties, which of course includes any affordable housing or employee housing that's out there that is transacted. You eliminate fractional ownerships, mobile homes, any commercial use properties that are combined with commercial or other uses, the sale of property that has more than one residence on the property, and sale of property having more than 5 acres of real estate, 5 acres of land associated with the transaction. Then you get down to a more manageable and translatable figure for sales data. So from that sales and the data that is maintained through the assessor's offices throughout the county, and our assessor particularly, relates to sales transaction to an amount of money, to consideration, and also the size of that unit. Particularly what we're interested in is the number of square feet for heated space. So if you do a lot of division of all of that sales data, you come up with this 454 per square foot. Now that number is dated simply because we didn't go through all the division to keep up with the most recent, so that's about a year old now. So I'm not sure if that price will go up or go down. I was kind of surprised that the AMI went down from a couple of years ago when we last did it. So the data might be accompanied with a couple of surprises.
I do, specifically with regards to the sales data. After the exclusions that you listed, how many sales led you to that 454?
There are quite a few.
Like tens, 100?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Because we're talking, well, you have to remember we're dealing a 3-year window.
Right.
So, in every residential sales transaction, and in unincorporated Pickens County, that's the majority of sales transactions for real estate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Once you get the square foot calculation, then you simply multiply that by what you think is an average size employee unit, which right now, working with APCHA, is about 1,100. And that's always subject to change, but right now 1,100 square feet is a safe estimation. That number by itself then that you arrive at creates a gap between what's been transacted through the sales data and what is affordable through analysis of the average mean income of Pickens County. However, we do one last item of calculation, and that is to add an administrative fee. There is a recognition that it costs time, which is money, to administer the fund that is generated through the impact fee to acquire the housing units that are dictated by the board and its policies for affordable housing. The impact fee that is recommended now is 10%. 10% is a safe estimation and an accepted figure within the realm of administering funds like this. However, my suspicion is that we spend actually more than that. So as we go forward in time, we will use data that's maintained through the finance department to account for individuals' time, like my time right this minute, and other people who are involved in the affordable housing program, and they are quite a few and scattered in different departments, to assess a more accurate amount of time and money that is invested by the county in employee efforts to implement this impact fee. But for right now and going forward, 10% is recommended. So that 10% is added, I'm sorry.
With regards to that administrative charge, would that also consider the effort and work towards the construction or building of units?
Yes.
Because that's sort of the ultimate outcome here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So not just dealing with the impact, it's also the creation of the units as a result of this fee.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And from a statistical analytic perspective, whether we are creating housing inventory through a buy down, buying an already built property or unit and then restricting it for sale, whether we are creating rental units, either through the same manner of acquisition, an already built structure, or we're building them, or sale units, whether we're acquiring or building new ones, the same analysis should hold true. And so the same amount of subsidy is still, or the same conclusion of that amount of subsidy is still valid.
Mm-hmm.
So with the addition of the 10% administrative fee, and the way you do that is you look at that gap, the initial gap between what's affordable and what the market is revealing to be sold. You take 10% of that and add that into the cost of free market housing, and then get a final adjusted gap. And that gap is per unit because of the way the fee was, or this number was calculated. And so based on APCHA data, there's 1.75 employees per deed restricted unit of employee housing currently. So you simply divide that out and you get the fee or the amount of subsidy that is required to put an individual making an area mean income into employee housing. Based on this calculus, which I would have to warn everybody, this is not completely up to date, simply because it does take a little bit of time. And to be honest, I wasn't sure if it was going to go today or a different day, but it's pretty close. So at about $139,000. Right now, under the existing formula involved with trying to determine a construction cost approach to this subsidy, the fee is at $47,500 and change. So it's a significant increase by using this methodology. In regard to that, currently, given the size of the fee, all levels of development, whether it's residential or lodge units or commercial development or anything that's unclassified from those larger categories, is required to mitigate the impact of employee generation at 100% of the subsidy. So of the 47,500 approximately for the subsidy of a singular employee, if you are conducting a development activity or constructing some type of improvement on property and you are generating one employee, that's your impact fee. The board can make a decision, it's certainly within your discretion, to not mitigate 100%. So if you want, you can't go over 100%, obviously. The fee cannot be used to create a backfill against an already existing deficiency in, say, housing inventory. So at best, when you look at it from the abstract, we're going to be treading water. We can't get ahead of the curve of the problem. So you can't go above 100% mitigation required, but you can go below that if the board feels that that is a more appropriate level of fee to be imposed. And we'll talk about that in a minute with a couple of examples that are in my memo. But before we get there, I wanted to indicate to the board that the code modifications in Chapter 2, which are a series of amendments to just make the references correct and a few language changes that are minor in nature, but a wholesale repeal and reenactment of Section 830 within the Land Use Code does not change all aspects of the affordable housing or the impact of the employee housing impact fee. As I mentioned, the calculus for determining the number of employees that are generated is kept intact. It's explained a little bit more thoroughly because the existing explanation is wanting in a couple of areas based upon the previous analytics that were produced in, between 2001 and 2005. But other aspects of the regulation that exists today were left in place. For example, the exceptions from imposition of the employee housing fee, the credits that are entitled to people who have undertaken development in the past, the exceptions, the credits. What is the other major elements? Oh, well, the degree of mitigation was simply left blank for the board to give direction today. So it's not recommended to change any of those levels right now. So what is in front of the board is simply the recommendation to effect changes in the code that would adopt the new methodology for this calculus of the subsidy for housing an individual making the area mean income. So if you turn a couple of pages or scroll a couple of pages in your packet, you'll get to a small chart which indicates the difference between the fee today versus the fee that is proposed, at least for three different size examples of residential development. residential development, as everybody knows, is discriminated by the employee generation calculus for local occupancy and non-local occupancy, and that's reflected in this chart. So by looking at that, for an 8,500 square foot home today, if it's locally occupied, the fee is $12,689. The proposed methodology would impose a fee of slightly over $37,000. If it is a second home or non-local occupied structure, the fee goes from a little over $59,000 to almost $172,500. So you can appreciate that difference. And also for the 10,000 and 15,000 square foot home residential structure example. On the next page.
Yeah, I'll wait till just when you're.
On the next page, there's another chart that reflects differences in the percent of mitigation that the board might consider. I didn't try to grab too many different things, but I can certainly bring that back for consideration on second reading if the board wants a greater spread of applicable structures or types of development that the fee would be reflected to. So if you're looking at a 15,000 square foot home, the proposed fee would require $335,500 approximately in mitigation and an impact fee. If you reduce that, it's at 100% mitigation. If you reduce that percentage of mitigation down, you can see a corresponding reduction to that fee. And if you just flip back, currently the fee for a 15,000 square foot home that is a non-resident occupancy, it is $115,045. So based on those at least somewhat illustrative examples of how the fee would affect certain types of development, we're recommending acceptance on first reading of the proposed code changes and direction from the board at the level of mitigation that the board would like to see for the different types of development that the code addresses, which are residential, commercial, lodge, and an unclassified sort of catch-all that does provide for independent calculation of a determination of a fee.
So I have a couple things. 57.5 and smaller are still exempt, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make that clear. The other thing too is the issue related to historic and standard rooms for
Lodge development.
yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. That was going to bring it up after your questions, but I recommended in this draft reflects a elimination of the historic or non-luxury classification of lodge rooms. However, Suzanne and I were talking this morning, and she indicated there's one particular development that is anticipated to be coming in that we might not want to forestall the ability to come in under that classification. So the recommendation would be to actually leave it in place, to leave
As it
that
is.
category in place. The dilemma with it is that there is simply no definition distinguishing what is a luxury unit versus a historic or tourist type of unit. And so what we will do is bring back a definition that will be offered to the board for acceptance to, so that there's not this gray area and people and staff don't know exactly how a proposed development would fall within that distinction, and it'd be more complete guidance so that people would know what to expect, and the staff could interpret the development request to the standard in the code.
Well, that resolves my concern if we do that. And one other thing, it's just a language clarification on page 1 of the ordinance. It's page 35, I think, in our packet. Under number 5, it just says that is affordable, to provide housing that is affordable to Pitkin County employees. That sounds like it's for Pitkin County employees, like we are. It should, I think, read more like to those employed in Pitkin County. So it's clarified that it's not just for the county's employees, but it's for people who work in Pitkin County.
I think that change is completely appropriate. I thought I had grabbed it and I missed one, so thank you.
So that would be the one. And then the other thing, I'll just throw it out here since I've got the floor right now, is the 100%. I would like to look at the opportunity to ratchet up, start at, say, 60%, in a year's time go to 80, and then in 3 years go to 100, so that we're not throwing it out there right off the top at 100%. I know there's always the concern that people are going to rush in with applications so they can capture this at 60% or 80%, but I'd like the board to discuss that to see if that's a better starting point.
George?
Thanks.
Thanks. John, we're just basically looking at residential impact. We don't have anything here for commercial.
In the actual code language, George, the commercial description is still in the code. It's the same description that is in the code currently. If you look at the proposed reenacted 830, and then look at that section 83040, which I am sorry I can't tell you what page that is on. You will see a chart that looks like this, which reflects different types of commercial development and the number of employees that are generated. Using that chart or an independent calculus, if the development does not fall within the descriptors of that chart, that number, the number of employees generated, is simply multiplied by the subsidy, the impact fee amount, to get to the actual fee to be collected by a particular development.
So we're using the same calculus fee, whether it's commercial generating or residential.
The same subsidy fee, exactly.
Okay. I think what would be interesting or helpful would be to look at the median house sales in unincorporated Pickens County, and then just as sort of an experiment, add on in that sales price a 1% real estate transfer tax fee, and what that would generate. Is the city, and I'm saying 1%, but what is the city's rent?
It's low.
It's lower than that, but I can't remember definitively.
So if we use what the city's rent is, what would we be generating? Because that may not only help justify, but also help come up with a range. So that would be helpful.
Okay.
And then to Patty's point, in terms of ratcheting it up, I would look at sort of a hybrid of that as an idea, and that is ratcheting up by size of house. So a smaller home, a 6,000 square foot home, maybe starts at 60%. But if you're at a 15,000 square foot home, it should be 100%. And that, frankly, is not going to be a detriment to someone who's building a 15,000 square foot home. And hopefully we'll have that conversation later on. But a sliding scale starting up by size of home, and then adjust that over the next 2-3 years. So eventually everyone's at 100%, because if we are really serious about trying to address what we all know is not only a crisis in the valley, but a crisis throughout the whole country in terms of affordable housing, we have to get real about this.
And George, to answer your question about the RET, it is 1.5%, with 1% going to affordable housing and 0.5.
To childcare.
That's what I thought about.
So
1%.
it is 1%.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so that would be sort of an interesting exercise.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that.
I have some questions just about the fundamentals of how we get to the affordability gap. And I guess I'm wondering, 30% of household monthly income is a standard that's used all over the country. And we know that our cost of living here is much higher than it is in other parts of the country. So is that still a fair number to use? I mean, do we feel like that gets evened out in terms of the AMI and how the AMI then compares just through, wages and that? Or, is 30% maybe not reflective of what households at that level actually pay?
Well, first of all, I think it's fair to second guess all of the assumptions at any time. It's recommended now at that 30%, just because of its wide acceptance, to be quite frank. It may not translate to the Pickens County experience, particularly as it relates to HOA dues and assessments,
Sure.
and that particular figure. I wouldn't expect homeowners insurance or mortgage insurance or other the factors like that to have much difference than say another market. But it's certainly something to re-examine. And I guess I feel comfortable at the 30%, at least initially, to get the fee adjusted, simply because it's a level of assumption that is used by lenders locally. So if they're using it, even if it's not quite accurate, there is some logic to us using it simply because that's what the lender is looking at.
Okay. And then with regards to, again, the exclusions, I guess I'm curious about specifically the exclusion of multifamily sales, because that seems to me like that number might be directly relevant to how much it would cost to build multifamily affordable housing. So I wonder, why that would be excluded.
Well, again, we're not looking at construction costs and trying to relate this to construction costs. We're relating it to actual sales. So the construction has occurred. Whatever had to occur to generate that unit, what's it being transacted for now?
Right.
So as far as a multi-residential property, the dilemma is that the quality of one half of a duplex could be different than the quality of the other half. Even if it's just by size. Frequently you'll see widely differing sizes of residential units that are on a duplex lot, just because one is developed for one particular use in mind, and another one is seen as maybe that's the sale unit and one's going to be kept. They're not generally directly comparable, and because of those differences, and to avoid any necessity to adjust the sales data, we just cut them out of the analysis.
Okay.
Okay. Have any question, Greg?
Yeah, I'm just going back reviewing, listening to what George and Patty had said about maybe we introduce a RET, and we just want to think about the levels. You said a RET, but it only applies to houses over a
We
certain.
can't introduce a RET.
We cannot.
Okay.
So I'm just using that as an example.
And we can't go to a
That's-
vote because the
Without
state doesn't
state
allow us to.
legislation being
But I'd like to
enacted.
change that if
so
you want to
that's-
work
I
on
was
that
gonna-
with me.
I was starting to
Counties
go
are
there.
not, yeah.
The idea of ramping up the fees, and the fear that it'll cause a rush or something like that is certainly worth contemplating. I have to say, I'm concerned that we really need to mitigate everything that's built now, and so if somebody comes in with a 6,000 square foot house, or whatever something that's below our threshold, I don't know if that's particularly fair or what we're trying to do. Part of this, I think, looks like we're aiming to reduce the size of houses that are built, which is noble in some people's minds. Part of it is also trying to just mitigate the cost of building houses, and that's kind of where I think the conversation, that's what we're talking about here today. So I like where it's going, but I think we need to have a conversation about, how do we make it equitable? How do we try to get to our goal? The goalpost is mitigating for new construction and generation of new employees. So I want to talk more about that.
I guess I would say that this is most definitely not a program of disincentive. Even if you look at the largest fee that would be collected, which would be, for 15,000, 100%. It's just not a disincentive. It's an additional cost for sure, and it goes into the overall transaction costs of acquiring property and developing it, or acquiring an after-built property. But it's designed to provide a subsidy to the employees generated through the activity of not only constructing the structure, but its occupancy and maintenance after the fact.
Servicing it.
Right.
Yeah, I get that, and I want to make, it makes sense that that's what we should be talking about. How to ease it on people where it really would make a difference, is the concern I hear from Patty.
Right, rather than just start out at the 100, but by the way, and I think, George, we should be looking at that too, the hybrid, how that would work and how we could actually implement that, which might be difficult, but we can figure that out. Or
No,
how we could
it's totally a legitimate approach to
I'd like
take,
to
that's for
have
sure.
that part of the discussion. The other thing too about the 57.5, I know that may be part of our discussion in next year, as if that still a reasonable amount of square footage. We can always come back and amend, but I think one of the things this board has always tried to do is really incentivize and encourage people to build something smaller that still allows them some space to live, which would be 57.5 and less. So, and I think there's some documentation about the employee generation for houses at certain smaller square footages.
The originally, back in '05, the 5750 exemption was derived for two reasons. First, the 5750 number was out there. It was established within the code at different levels, so it was easy to relate to. But as you said, Patty, the employee generation for homes of that size or trending low just really wasn't there until you got into something a little bit more substantial. And it was a convenient number of reference as opposed to 5,000 or 6,000 or something. It was something that was already in the lexicon of county codes, so that's why it was utilized.
Is that part of Gabe's study?
Gabe was involved with the employee generation study for residential structures, particularly larger structures, and that was his
Gabe
cookie
was the
effort.
only guy who could walk on a construction site and get answers.
Well, it wasn't even so much the construction site, but he did that as well, but also to existing larger homes and talking to the owners about how many people they employed and how much those individuals worked, how many days in any given week or month or year, to try to derive that database that was used to then generate the mathematical expression that's in the code.
Great, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Kelly has a question.
Yeah, well, first I just want to say, I see this as a recalibration to meet the expectation that our community has that development pay its way. And, these sort of recalibrations should occur over time. So as far as like meeting our values, this is in line with that from where I sit. I like George's proposal for a ratcheting. But I will say, in my experience sitting on city P&Z, there was a lot of criticism about partial mitigations, and why aren't we doing full mitigation for the real cost of development? And so I would like to see us getting to 100% at different tiers, if that's how we decide to go. And then I just have two questions. So if we're going to look at some GMQS stuff later on. If someone comes in for additional square footage, do they mitigate for the difference?
It depends on the structure involved. If it's a structure that was built without any employee housing impact fee obligation, then the entirety of the structure is analyzed. If it's a structure that already has been subject to an employee housing exaction or an impact fee, then they get credit for that. And the only amount of fee that would be owing is for that difference, for the additional construction, the add-on, so to speak.
Great. And then has RP&Z weighed in on this?
Yes, and I have to give you an update on that because it was quite an interesting review by the P&Z. The P&Z was scheduled last night. The idea, of course, is to time the P&Z relatively contemporaneous to the board's action, simply because of code requirements. The P&Z was not able to recommend approval, so I apologize for the statement in the memo. They were tied. The vote was 3-3, and 2 people were missing the meeting. So there was no recommendation for approval.
Do we need a recommendation?
No, you do not, provided we adopt the code language within 30 days, and that's what is set up for you.
Was there, this is a complex issue, and we've been talking about it for years, and we've been talking about it for years prior to talking about it for years. So I think it was a lot maybe for P&Z to grasp the whole thing, the whole nature, since we hadn't been vetted as much as we've been talking about it over the years. But I think the main concern that I might have is there's a need for us to mitigate for employee generation. We hear that from our constituents constantly, daily, during election times, hourly, that we really need to be looking at affordable employee housing. So I think that's what's critical. Is this really, for me, comes from being a voice for the constituents who vote and who live in this and work in this community, and who want to live in this community if they work in this community. For me, that's a real value point for me moving this forward at some level that I think we haven't quite yet determined, but we're on track.
John, I didn't look through all of this, but I'm just curious. There would be, let's say for a developer, there would be another option. Instead of paying a mitigation fee, they could do a housing credit. They could, what are the sort of other options?
There are 3 other options, and they are accepted at the discretion of the board, depending on how they are evaluated by the board, by the BOCC. So the first option would be, in lieu of paying the impact fee, you can create on-site housing. So if somebody is building a house or a business enterprise, and that can accommodate or incorporate on-site employee housing, then that is a means of satisfying the obligation apart from paying the fee. And, the board can evaluate that based on any number of considerations, but certainly some of them are the location of where the housing would be generated, or the type of housing that is available to be built based on the approvals for the underlying approvals on the property, or other limitations on the property. The on-site alternative is certainly attractive, because it relates the employee to where the employee is working. So you eliminate a traffic impact, but the downside, I guess, is the diffuse quality of the employee housing that's generated, in that there is a lack of a community effect of people living together that you get with an employee housing project, so to speak. You have a community of folks that are together, and as opposed to singularly living in far-reaching areas of the county, perhaps. But at any rate, that is one alternative. Another alternative is buy down. So much as the county does sometimes, is to buy an existing unit and then offer it for sale with a restriction capping the price, so that restriction then reflects the amount of subsidy that would ordinarily be obligated through the impact fee. And the third or last option is dedication of real estate. So if there is a portion of the property that is being developed, or another property in a different location that the developer or property owner has control of, or access to, or whatever, then that property can be offered in lieu of the impact fee. In any of those 3 alternatives, in no event would the alternative represent a financial contribution by the developer or property owner in excess of what the fee would be.
And how about what the city is using in terms of housing credits for the developer?
We don't have that program in place, and this amendment does not create it. We can certainly talk about it, and I would need more feedback from the board as to how you would want that constructed, or how you'd like it to look.
Yeah. But the bottom line is there are several different options to mitigate for employees generated.
Right.
Yeah.
Rather than just payment, yeah.
Okay, John, I was trying to figure out what you have figures for the 8,500 and the 10,000, the 15,000 square foot house. So I was trying to calculate what would the cost be for someone, some other size of house. And there's a chart that's on page 46 of packet, so it's towards the end of the land use part. And I tried to calculate it using the formula that's given there, and it was totally screwy. I wasn't coming up with a figure that you would have come up with.
Which chart are you looking at, Steve?
It's on
Is it labeled?
8-4.
8-4.
Modeled relationship between home size and post-construction employment. That's on page 45.
So that's for, okay, that one's for the construction, the employment during the construction.
There's no title on the other one.
And
Table
then
8.
there's a formula. Now I realize that probably when this is calculated, there's probably plug figures in on a computer. And
It's exactly how it's done.
Automatically. But if someone's trying to figure out what are they gonna be paying using the land use code, they would get lost in the weeds real quickly.
It would most definitely. I've gone through the mathematical exercise just to make sure I can do it, and it is definitely not an easy process. I'll say that right up front. However, what you're looking at, Steve, is actually charts that reflect employee generation, not which is an element of the impact fee amount, but it's not the fee calculus
That's during
itself.
the construction, how many employees are constructing the
If
building?
if you'll note on the next page, well, it might be on your next page. Is at the end of the page following that table 8.4, there's a little notation for inserting hyperlink.
Yeah.
The public, in reading this, can go through that exercise of calculation if they like, if they're so inclined or have the ability. Or you can just hit that hyperlink, and at the time it will be activated when the code is affected to present an Excel spreadsheet wherein numbers can be inserted for square footage of development, and that will put out a fee. There'll be a cautionary warning that this is for an advisory purpose only, and when someone wants to have a fee defined particularly, they need to come into ComDev where the fee would be put down to paper on a pre-app, as part of a pre-application or as part of a building permit application following a development approval. That would be a final number.
Understand that. So I agree with the comments that have generally been made that we've not been charging enough for development to even begin to pay its way for what it costs to house an employee. The fees need to go up. I think that the process you followed is a fair one, that it's a logical way. I can follow all the steps of it very logically. I would agree with Patty that we probably don't want to jump into the 100% right away, because that is a huge amount of sticker shock for people doing construction, going from what they're paying now to what we want them eventually to pay. So I would agree with doing a stepped up percentage of mitigation, and perhaps I think over a 3-year period would be a fair way to do that.
When the board adopts an ordinance to affect the code change, there would be a fixed percentage. So we would bring the code back for a change after the first
So we
year
would
or
start
whatever.
at 60% or something.
Right, and then
when we want to step it up in a year's time.
you would say change it to
we would do
80 or something like
80 or
that.
whatever.
Right.
Okay.
So for the purpose of the ordinance on first read today and eventual adoption, we would just need to articulate a figure in whether that figure is a fixed amount or something that is a sliding, as George indicated, and if it's even different between different types of development, lodge, commercial, whatever.
Now, do we need to decide that number, that percentage today?
We need
or at the time of the second reading, because it's a lot for us to digest and consider. Also, the public comments will maybe play a big role in this.
You definitely do not have to decide it until second reading, until adoption. But for purposes of accepting an ordinance, there has to be something associated with it. So If the board wants to discuss it today and articulate a number, then that will be put in for first reading, and you can always change it. Or if not, then I would suggest simply accepting the proposed ordinance with 100% mitigation, knowing that on second reading that will be adjusted.
Okay, Patty?
Because we can't go up on second reading, but we can come down.
Well, actually, you can tweak it
Yeah.
a lot of different ways.
So I would like to see on second reading some idea of the hybrid that George said, if we were to ratchet, at a square footage amount coming in 15,000 at 100, 10,000 level at 10. I don't know how that would pan out, but if we could see something like that.
Well, I will do something, as George mentioned already, to compare it to a theoretical county rent, which would be based on the city's level of the real estate transfer tax. But as far as the sliding scale approach, if you can give me an indication of how you might want that refined, like at what point do we drop off 100% and like so
Yeah,
forth.
that's it.
I mean, I would throw out, you go 60, 80, 100, 8,000, 10, whatever, if it's 8
10
to
to
10.
15 would
10,
be 100, and 8 to 10 would be 680, and
and then in 5, 50,
anything
50.
below that would be.
Yeah, and then it's, I don't know how you appreciate that over the course of 3 years. You jump it up by X amount of percent, the lower ones, to get to 100% over 3 years. I guess you just divide it.
You can do it that, I mean, you can do it any which way you want.
I'd like to see something like that on second reading.
So break it down as 100% mitigation for 10 to 15, 80 for
8 to
10 to
10.
15 being 10,000 to 15,000, 80 at 8,000 to 10,000, and 60 at the initiation level
it.
to 8,000.
Yeah, just as a start.
Is that
I'd like to see that. The other one's pretty easy if you just did it across the board, 60, 80, 100 for all those sizes. But I think George has a good point. Not sure I'm quite there yet, but I would like to digest
See
it,
what it
as
looks
Steve
like.
said, for second read. And I don't know what other information I think George's real estate transfer tax, just seeing what those numbers might be, would, I think, be of great interest
no,
to me.
that's a good idea,
It's
actually.
a really good idea, and the language change, which you were already on top of anyway, and keeping the luxury historic as it's written. I don't know where else, what other decisions we need, or do you need to move it to second reading? I think we definitely need it to hear the public comment, to see what the public thinks of where we might be going.
Yeah. Greg?
I was just going to say I'd keep it simpler rather than trying to set those levels. Right now, I would say accept it as proposed, and with the knowing that we're going to be hearing comment and we're going to take it in second reading. I don't know if I'm comfortable with saying people building an 8,000 square foot get a break versus somebody building a 10,000 square foot. I'm just having trouble with that.
We're not saying we're gonna do that now, we just wanna see what it would look like.
Okay, well, we can
Far as-
explore it, so we have
Yeah.
plenty of opportunity to explore
Yeah.
it. If we want to put it in that way, I want to make sure I understood what Patty was saying about the lodge exception. The one thing that you had added to this, is something that needs to be revisited.
Historic versus luxury.
We're going to approve it the way you have proposed in your, here. rather-
Well, we can.
We're not eliminating that. We're
No, we
just-
can, the board can accept it on first reading without that suggested amendment, and just leaving the language for lodge discrimination as currently codified, with a distinction between historic and tourist accommodation versus luxury accommodation.
We'd like to see the definition
The
come back.
dilemma,
I want to know more about it before I say throw it out.
Right, we'll have a more complete discussion of the distinction, but the dilemma is the lack of a definition. It's difficult for anybody, because that's really the only discussion in the code, is that distinction. And well, what does it mean to be luxury versus historic, and can they be both, and or what? And so it's a bit of an unknown prospect for somebody coming in the door, as well as a little bit of a difficulty in applying a number and collecting a fee for us on the other side of it to know what's the appropriate thing to do without some definition of those terms. So we will have, it won't be positioned for adoption, those definitions, because we wouldn't have that on first reading, but they'll be articulated so you can take a look at them on second reading of this code amendment.
Okay, then, I'm comfortable with that.
I'd make a motion if you're ready to. So I'd make a motion to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners repealing and reenacting Section 8-30 and amending Section 2-40-130 of the Pickens County Land Use Code, implementing a new methodology for calculating the employee housing impact fee as stated, and then at second reading, public hearing on Feb 12th, we'll come back with some additional information for discussion.
I'll
second.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve on first reading. Further comment, Greg?
Just going to say, I hope everyone's paying attention, because I think that this decision coming up in a second reading will require a robust conversation and a thorough conversation with the community. So this is everyone's chance to weigh in.
No one pays attention until, I never heard about this, Greg, after 5
Exactly,
years.
exactly.
You guys are thinking about building a new airport? Really?
I just want to thank George for his consistent shining of light on this topic and moving it forward.
He's
for us
on a
today.
roll right now.
You are on a roll, George.
All right.
Thank you.
Running out of time.
He's tying up loose ends.
Any further discussion?
No, I think it was, thank you, John. It was really
All
well
in favor,
presented.
say
Thanks.
aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous decision.
It might not have been as
Thanks,
much
John.
fun as last night, though.
I'm going to go listen to that meeting.
Last night was fun, I guess.
That was,
So we have been going for 2 hours. Does the
I
board
could use a
want
bathroom break.
Short break for a restroom break right now, or should we forge ahead a little further?
I'm good to go for a little, because we
I
got
could use
people.
a break, just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes for a break, and then we'll be right back.
You're up.
All those tough ones for the end of the day.
Okay,
See you. Thanks for bearing
grassroots,
with
are
us.
we going? Okay.
Could have been longer.
So next on our agenda is a one reading item. This is a public hearing, an application for special events liquor permit submitted by Compass for Lifelong Discovery. And this is for your annual fundraising thing at
Yes.
Cozy Point Ranch.
Correct, correct.
So Jeanette, please introduce this
I
topic.
think you, introduced it. That's what we're here for. This is going to be a lot more fun than John's.
And a lot quicker.
Yeah. So like Steve said, it's the application for a special event permit submitted by Compass for Lifelong Discovery for the Aspen Community School. It's their annual event, and Jennifer and I were just talking. Jennifer Butler is joining me at the table, that this is their 7th year.
Really?
So
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to Jennifer and let her tell you about the event and the folks out in the, wherever they are watching.
Okay, dates, times, and where to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you all for having me again. Yes, this is our 7th annual Family Hoedown, and this is our main fundraiser for the year. So we're forever trying to close the gap between what we're given per student at our school and what it actually costs to educate one of our students there. So this is a big fundraiser for us. Last year we raised almost $90,000. And that was through ticket sales, and we have an online auction that runs in conjunction with our event, and we had about 350 local businesses donate items to our auction, and then we have about 50 sponsors who sponsor both in kind and with cash donations to help offset the price of the event. And it's a great family-friendly event that kind of speaks to our philosophy at our school, which is a community-based, all-inclusive atmosphere. And so you've got 2-year-olds square dancing with 90-year-olds, and it's become our signature event, and we're quite happy with how it's progressed, and we appreciate your support every year. And upon your suggestion, Patty, we've really moved towards recycling and composting almost all of our materials, where we cut our physical waste down by more than half. So, and we're again partnering with Evergreen Zero Waste to mitigate the trash at the event. So it takes place on Saturday, February 15th from 3 to 7 p.m. And tickets are $35 ahead of time, and that includes entry to the event. There's music by Hell Roaring String Band, which is a teacher-based bluegrass band from Carbondale. And there's dinner provided by Home Team Barbecue, and square dancing, and lots of events for both kids and adults. And the tickets are $35 at the door, and we do usually sell out. So we suggest that you buy them ahead of time. Oh, no, I misspoke. So it's $30 ahead of time, $35 at the door.
And how do they get them online?
And it's www.familyhoedown.org. And you can get your tickets there, and you can also go online and check out our online auction, which goes live on February 4th.
Right.
I was remembering the hoedown out at the Aspen Community School, and I thought, well, this is the continuation of that. Just moved to it.
Yeah, we took a break for a few years, but we really felt that we wanted to pay homage to our roots, and so this is something that spoke to us, providing a family-friendly, all-ages yearly event for our community. So, yeah, we've resurrected it.
Does this provide funds for Carbondale Community School as well? All of the
Correct. So this is sponsored by
Compass,
Compass, which is the nonprofit that oversees both the Carbondale and the Aspen Community School. And so that, yes, the funds are split between the two schools.
Okay. And I taught at CCS for about 5 years, so it's near and dear to my heart.
Come on down.
We'll
We'll put you on the mechanical bull.
And we're still dancing at
$30 to watch
Carbondale
that.
Community School.
I'll pay $35 to watch that.
So, questions from the board?
No, I think it's a great event, and I don't think we've had issues in the past. And I'm going to just jump right to it. And I'm sorry I won't be able to attend. I'm going to be celebrating my granddaughter's 3rd birthday that day.
Oh, well,
but
happy
I will,
birthday.
Yeah, thank you. I'll do a motion.
Bring
to
her
approve.
sometime.
I know. And all her little friends coming with her. Whoa. I'll do a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Okay, is there further discussion or comments? I would comment just, I hope you have a terrific event. I'll see if I can make it. I would love to come because I've, for years and years my son attended Aspen Community School for 3 years. I was a volunteer. That's how I got started teaching, was as a volunteer at Aspen Community School.
Well, we would love to have you. So if you would like to come, you come on down and we'll get you in that door.
All right, thank you very
And thank
much.
you all for your support. And once
So-
again, Jeanette is so helpful in this event and
does a great
getting
job.
all the paperwork together. So I'm sure you know this, but she's a good friend of the community school. So tk you.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for being
Okay.
here.
Thank you.
Is it not a public hearing?
Oh,
Oh,
excuse me.
Oh, I missed that.
We
Kelly, good
neglected
job.
a step. I would entertain a motion to reconsider this.
so moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of reconsidering? say
Aye.
Aye. Okay, this is a public
moved it too
hearing.
fast.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. The public hearing is open. Does anyone in the audience wish to comment on this application for a liquor license? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to leave the public hearing open for the next item, but then.
I'll make a motion to approve again.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye? Okay, now we are
Now you
official.
can go.
Now I can leave.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good
Okay.
catch, Kelly.
Yep, thank you.
She's gearing up for that
Jeanette
vice
would have
chair.
been, she would have caught it
He was
sooner-
there. She
sooner
was there
or
waiting
later.
for you. You
My
were
apologies.
I had it written down too, and I just went right over it.
Yep. Okay, next is a individual consideration item, second reading. This is a public hearing also. It's ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting Title VI, Section 41 of the Pickens County Code to establish a comprehensive tobacco prohibition for minors. And we have Risa Turetsky here.
She's
to-
got, how could you possibly have
Minors
more
with an
info
O.
for us?
No, I don't.
Oh, this is that letter.
Yes.
And this is minors as in underage adults instead of silver minors.
With an O. Good afternoon. My name is Risa Turetsky. I work for Pickens County Public Health. I'm the Health Promotion Program Administrator, and John Ely and I are presenting this ordinance to raise the age in Pickens County officially to 21 to buy any kind of tobacco product and to ensure local enforcement is possible. Once upon a time, I had the AIS up. It's good I lost it. Here we go. I'll just repeat for everyone, the key specifications of this ordinance are to raise the minimum legal sales age from 18 to 21 for unincorporated Pickens County, which will match the municipalities within the county border boundaries as well as now the state and the national regulation. It will help to ensure retailer understanding and compliance through education as well as routine checks. It sets the fee for each violation, which would be a sale to a minor, at $1,000. And it also adds that anyone caught distributing tobacco to minors, for example, a street sale, would be held accountable. I made the correction that Patty had suggested. Thank you very much, that the tax will be a funding source
Yeah,
for
thank
this.
you. I'll make sure you get that money.
And John, I think you made a correction in the ordinance.
I made a change in the proposed language of the code amendment, which appears on the second page of that attachment to the ordinance. It's in red line format, so you can see it readily. The board's discussion at first reading left me thinking that a further explanation of where the money was going to go when it's expended for various purposes, that explaining that the money collected in penalties would be related to the mission overall for the T21 effort, tobacco prohibitions and discouragement of use for individuals under 21 years of age, being shorthand T21, and having the use of those penalties that are generated through this code amendment to the being consistent with the expenditure of proceeds from the tobacco tax.
Thank you for that.
The wording sounds good on that. Okay, further questions? I do note that there are some differences. The newly proposed legislation at the state level, which of course has to go through the sausage making process before it comes out, has some differences, like on the penalty they're proposing is 15,000. We have a 1,000 penalty. So there are some differences between it. We don't know where this state legislation is going to go necessarily, although we will be following that and lobbying for it at the state level. But this is something we can do here and now in Pickens County.
And my understanding is that the maximum that we're allowed to charge under the current state policy is $1,000 for those violations. And it is important to think about what the impact of that is. Tobacco sales are very profitable, and so ensuring that the violations are appropriate for the penalty is appropriate for the violation, I think is really important.
Greg.
I just wanted to make a note on the letter you just handed us. It looks great to me. On the letterhead and the base underneath, they didn't change the, I'm still listed as the chair on page 2. Steve's listed as the chair on page 1, but then you turn it over and I'm still the chair on page 2.
I wonder if I can change that.
You probably can,
And
I'm
I'll
sure,
let-
before it gets
I'll let
signed by
Karen
the
know. Yeah.
chair.
And also, I don't have an
Never noticed
S on the
designer
end of
like
my
that.
name on the signature there.
I'm sorry?
On the signature,
Oh, there's,
I
yeah,
don't
need to
have
cut
an
it.
S on my name.
We have to
tag.
drop the
I'm
S,
sorry,
yeah.
that was-
I didn't
that
catch that.
I've never noticed that. Is that always good with our, it says commissioners at the bottom of this letterhead? For some reason, I've never noticed that. Where have I?
That's
been?
why I'm here.
Thank you. But I do have a suggestion for the letter, Steve, may I? Is that okay? I think at the top of the letter, before the dear representative, you should put regarding the House Bill 20-1001, so it jumps right up, so they look at it and see what it's regarding without having to read the text. I think that'll catch more eyes that way.
Before the deer, after the CC.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good because they
get letters.
read a lot of things and that would catch their eye immediately.
But other than that, the letter's well done. Thank you.
There's at midnight.
Also, just since we were looking at our names along the bottom, we're all alphabetical except George is out of place alphabetically. George's and Greg's names should be flipped if we are doing it alphabetically.
I don't think we're doing, I think we're just listing them.
And you maybe don't have control
maybe
over that
right.
on writing this letter, Teresa, but
Have we done your review yet?
Kelly, are you the vice chair?
She's the vice chair.
yeah.
I think these also should be in gold. It should be gold ink, shouldn't it?
And I want roses down the left side of the letterhead, please.
So, so all kidding aside, this is a very serious matter, and the longer we can keep people from getting addicted to nicotine, the better it will be for their better quality and longevity of their life, and hopefully people will not take up smoking. I personally have
Vaping.
never smoked, but I suffered through secondhand smoke for years and years and years while my parents were smoking and trying to quit smoking over and over again. And they finally succeeded in quitting smoking, but it was really an ordeal. So what we're doing here, I think this is good. It's good for the health of our young people, and I'm really glad that you have worked so hard on bringing this forward to us.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate all the hard work that you all have done. It's been many months that we've been talking about this, and so it's great to be able to bring this to a close. I also have potential information that January 29th is maybe going to be the first hearing for this bill at the state level. And so if anyone was interested in testifying at the state, that could be an option. We'll keep you posted about whether that date
Our
stays
board
the same.
retreat.
Board retreat.
Never
Well, you won't see us
mind.
there.
This is our board retreat.
Might be
Some
able to
will
twist
go.
someone else's arm into it.
We'll send Ely down.
That sounds good.
Go ahead if they have a call-in provision.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
You could call in as a whole board.
Yeah, we'll do a group phone call. Hi,
So-
we're here. to-
So
But
if it
sort of
were,
like pushing them to do that more.
if it were on Friday,
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Friday the 31st, I will be in Denver, but they don't hold committee hearings on Fridays, unfortunately. So.
Not sure I can ask them to change the date.
Yeah.
Change their policy.
Also, I will have talking points for CCI for you by the end of today. I think that's it.
Okay.
The only other thing
Well
is
done.
I wanted to let you all know that I've had another job offer to move over as clinical programs director for the school-based health center for the Roaring Fork schools, which is pretty exciting for me because adolescent health is my passion, and being able to implement those programs is really important to me. And so that organization is being taken over in the coming year by Mountain Family. And so the school-based health center will be under Mountain Family, and so I will be taking this position now to hopefully apply to be the site medical director for all the school-based health centers in the region, which would be Basalt to Edwards. So that's my goal.
So you know you have to have our permission to do that, and I don't think we're granting it today, so
I
you can
don't
come
think I
back
got that
to us
on the
in 6
agenda.
months.
This is a public hearing. We've got to see what everyone else thinks.
This is a public hearing. Does anyone in the audience
You
wish to
missed that
comment
part
on,
in your,
on
your
the
employee.
No, I didn't see that in the handbook.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
on our ordinance or on Reese's?
I'm voting no on this now.
Somebody's probably going to comment on your announcement right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any members of the public wishing to make comments, so I'd entertain a motion from the board
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
to motion
Thank
to
you
what?
for all your
Yeah, I know. I've got to find where I've got to go find it now. Thanks. I thought you didn't articulate it earlier, so let me go back. This is the.
So a motion to approve?
This is a motion to approve, yes. The ordinance adopting Title VI, Section 41 of Pitkin County Code to establish a comprehensive tobacco prohibition for minors. Sorry. period.
I'll second.
And you seconded it? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you.
All right,
Lisa.
Everyone so much. Thank you. My last day here will be February 7th, and that was just sort of decided today finally, but I wanted to let you know.
Thank you very much.
so much for all of your
Congratulations, yeah.
support. Thank you.
And if you could get these corrections made, and then I could sign it later today.
Perfect. Jeanette, can I
That
send
would
it
be
to
good.
you?
Okay.
Finally.
Okay, moving to land use items, land use public hearings. First one is resolution approving Pearl Pass LLC ACES River Dance Special Review.
I will move to continue to April 8th, 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here in the audience wishing to comment on the river dance application? Seeing none. All in favor of continuing this item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then we have up the resolution granting annual review approval to the Redstone Castle.
Steve, just quickly, we're gonna call Kurt Dahl on the phone. He opted not to share his terms with us, but wanted to be able to participate and answer any questions you might have. So we'll
Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Carver. Thank you for your patience.
great. John will do that while we get started. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development. We're here to discuss the Redstone Castle Annual Review and a couple of proposed changes to the prior approval. Steve and April Carver are here with me with the castle. Most of you are all familiar with the process we went through not long ago to rezone the property and have a village lodge preservation master plan created for the property. That master plan accommodates the uses out there, which include special events, tourist accommodations, and historic tours. This annual review is required mostly specifically related to the special events, and the approval contemplated kind of a ratcheting up, since everyone's been using that term today, of events over time, as we saw how everything operated. But it also gives an opportunity to show what's happening and how things are going out there. The report submitted by the Carvers provided a lot of detail on the number of tours they've had, full accounting for all of the vehicles in and out on Redstone Castle Lane, also information on the lodging that has been occurring. So it kind of gives you a full recap of what's been happening. Essentially, this year one under the approval for the annual review was November 1st of 2018 till October 31st of 2019. So that's kind of where that stands. Just going quickly back through, once the approval was granted, there were a number of things that had to be accomplished. A lot of that involved work with us to record all of the required documents, and all of that occurred. And then in addition to that, there were improvements required to the road and the intersection with Redstone Boulevard and where you turn into the parking lot at the inn. So there were very specific conditions in the approval about timing on that and what could happen at what point before, once those improvements had occurred. So those improvements were all done, which opened basically up the opportunity for them to be operating as they have. The Carvers can also fill you in more probably on the other work they've been doing, which is a lot of the restoration work up at the castle in terms of what they're able to show. Unfortunately, I haven't done the latest, greatest tour, but am hoping to do that soon when my dad's in town. But we hear great things, or I've heard great things about the tour and the improvements and how beautiful things look. So I think there's a lot of positive things going on there. Just to let you know, the annual review was referred out to a number of entities, including Environmental Health, our engineers, the Crystal River Caucus, the Crystal River Park HOA, the Historic Preservation Officer. There are a number of comments that were included in your packet from neighbors and the Crystal River Park HOA. Since the packet went out, I think you all did get the actual written letter from the caucus with their motions, and also an additional letter that was submitted by Jeff and Jeanette Beer. Those were the only new public comments I had received since this went out. So as I said, I included that language, very specific language from the approval on page 2 of the memo that speaks to what was required as part of this annual review and the information that was requested. And that is then what was provided in the applicant's report. Given that the operation with all that detail appears to be in compliance with the master plan that was approved in terms of they haven't exceeded the number of events they're allowed, looking at the transportation, how that's been working is all in compliance. We did have some complaints, and most of those related to concerns about noise. Again, and those primarily came from the Crystal River Park subdivision. There also were comments provided by the Harpers, who are that closest residence as you come in on the access road. There, those three there's McCormick's and then 3 residences. The Harpers are one of those. So there were comments or complaints submitted by some of those. And just to walk through what was included in the approval related to noise limitations. Events are required to end by 9:30. Outdoor amplified music is limited to the castle courtyard. They're required to comply with the county noise ordinance, the decibel levels. And again, Kurt can jump in if you have questions for him, but the noise level was set at the residential level. So this is commercial operation, but because it's surrounded by residential development, the noise standard that's used is for residential. That is measured at the property line. And again, Kurt could jump in more with, to explain more about kind of how that all works. When you'd like for him to jump in. The last condition related to noise testing on the hillside above the castle, that was to address concerns about impacts on wildlife. So again, in terms of specific testing that was required, the only requirement was that there be some testing on that hillside above the castle during an event, and we'll talk more about that. So again, in terms of noise, there was, when one of the complaints came in, the Carvers did have Tom Dunlop go out during their next event to do some noise testing over at Crystal River Park as well as at the property line. So his report is included with the annual report. Kurt did review that, and said that he felt his methods followed the noise code, the standards for how to measure it, and his results indicated the noise was not above ambient levels. And again, I think that was about the code being based on the residential area. I don't know if maybe if we're talking about noise here, if you want to stop and have Kurt jump in, or do you want me to just keep rolling through and then come back to a...
Might as well talk noise since we're talking noise.
Yeah, if we have any questions for you, and it might be a good time to just
have Kurt
talk
jump
about
in.
the whole procedure and the locations. There's question on the locations of where the alternative test sites
So I guess
were.
so just to talk a little bit about that, since I mentioned it. Again, the alternative compliance request was, the requirement was to test on the hillside above the castle. And I went back to and checked in with, it was Jonathan Losky who worked with the Carvers with their application to, be sure I was clear on how that location was determined. And it was essentially the line, which we all know the line is not necessarily definite, but it was the point where you got into elk production area above the castle. So it's considerably above the castle on that hillside. As it was stated in the report, the Carvers made an effort to have somebody go up there to do the noise testing, and basically found that the location was not accessible to actually get there to even measure it. They did do testing over at Crystal River Park, which was in response to a complaint to try and address, get some more information during an event. So the request for alternative compliance is that they were required in this initial year of events occurring to do this one-time testing on the hillside. They weren't able to accomplish that. They did do alternate testing, and they've asked that that be accepted as compliance with the requirement for this annual review. So then there's clearly a discussion about the concerns that have been raised by Crystal River Park. I guess to state just one more thing there is to say that, we found that I think it's reasonable to accept that as some noise testing has been done. It's a very different circumstance. The concern that was raised why we were requiring noise testing was wildlife, and it's a totally different concern. On the other side at Crystal River Park is the impact on the residents over there. But in terms of recognizing that the condition was probably not attainable or achievable, that they have provided alternate testing that occurred. It does provide more information. So that's just one piece, is if we accept that as they have complied with the condition of approval, which has been we supported that request. Then further discussion, I guess, to be had about, what the impacts are on the neighbors and your thoughts on that.
Since we did want to test, we wanted to try to figure out the effect on the wildlife, like how does the noise project up on the hill in the direction of the elk area. We have not done that testing, so we don't really know how does the noise there compare to, down at the level by the castle or down by the neighbors' properties on the other side. It was suggested by, I don't know if it was Bob McCormick suggested the water tower site that you could access, I think, with a four-wheeler or maybe a Jeep or something real easily. I don't know if that site would work for doing at least a one-time to see what the noise is when there's music being played in the courtyard. What is the sound going up the hill the other direction? Because we really don't know at this point.
Can I just add, wasn't there something determined that the water tower site was too close, that it didn't meet the county standard for where we do our testing?
No, I mean, I stated in that it is much closer than the
Okay.
location that was originally, specified. And again, that's why I just sort of, I didn't include it in the conditions, but figured you could discuss, I mean, if you still wanted some testing, if that's reasonable. Again, I think we're just looking for some baseline to understand what is the noise level at some location on the hillside. Then what does that mean? What do we do with that? And that is yet to be determined. But
Can I ask, so it wasn't accessible to test the wildlife issue. What was the lack of accessibility? Was it brush? Was it rocks? Was it slope? Was it something that may in itself act as a buffer for sound if you can't get through it?
I'm going to let the Carver.
I'm looking at Mr. Carver going.
It wasn't a pretty sight when we went up there. Thick with brush, very steep. I don't know what point we got to, but we simply couldn't go on.
Didn't go through. So maybe that in itself acts as a sound buffer is what I'm getting at, because if you can't get through it.
And then we contacted a local outfitter and asked him if he could take us in on horseback. He said, no, there's too much down timber, there's too thick a timber to even get through there. And we were hiked quite a ways up there. It's 1,800 feet up behind our property line.
And I don't know how heavy is the equipment, or that you have to carry to do the sound testing.
We weren't carrying anything. And
You were just trying to get yourselves up there.
Tom carries stuff. We could sure invite Tom to join us.
Yeah, Tom, if you could come up, maybe
Wait,
get that mic on the corner there, and if you could describe to us what the equipment you use for doing the testing and how big is it, how heavy, how do you transport it, that sort of thing.
I'm Tom Dunlop. I am a sound advisor to the Redstone Castle application. The size of the equipment it's not complicated. It's a small case. I think the bigger issue was just literally the accessibility, the elevation gain, and then the natural terrain and the timbers that were making it more difficult. We considered trying it a couple of times, and it just wasn't feasible at that point. There would, if the board would like to have a test done, I'm not sure where the water tower is personally, but if it's accessible by ATV or walking, we could certainly do that. It's not that complicated. It's just a matter of setting up a noise source like we have done in the past during the preliminary hearings where the Carvers were asking for initial approval a year ago. We established, with the help of the neighborhood and with the witness of some of the neighbors who accompanied me in picking the locations in the neighborhood and accompanying me during the testing and witnessing all that we did. It's not complicated to do that again, and if Bob McCormick has offered another spot that we might be able to use to get to, it's not complicated to do that.
Patty?
Well, my concern would be we're looking for testing for a certain area for wildlife, and I don't want to say, well, let's pick this site over here because we can get to, when it's not going to give us what we're looking for.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, so, yeah, we want the sound that would affect the animal. If we can't get in there, to do it. We just don't want to pick something else just to say we picked something else.
Sure, no. My impression is that the site is east of the castle and a little bit north. Which the condition was pick a site that's east of the castle, uphill from the castle.
Right.
So
That would get the noise from the courtyard when music is playing.
it's heavily, honestly, just as heavily timbered as that is. And from the test results that we have gotten in numerous tests we've done on the sound coming from the courtyard area, it would be, and having found 0 violations of the county noise ordinance at all the locations we've tested, we can certainly do it again east and a little bit north and see what it would be there. But it's much more heavily timbered to the east, but it'd be the board's choice.
Well, I think the reason I brought that up, if we did it once, and if it's only 3,000 feet away, which is closer than it would have been going up a lot of feet higher, it could show that even at that distance, the noise is still below the allowable limits. You could extrapolate that it's the farther up you go, the noise is going to get less and less, most likely.
The test that we did on July 16th of last year at the in response to one of the neighbors voicing a complaint to the Carvers, there were approximately 2,000 feet be south and just a little bit west in the front yard. And the owner was with me as well, witnessing what we were doing, and there was no violation of the county ordinance at that point either. And that was 2,000 feet, almost directly line of sight, without any, I shouldn't say without any, with extremely minimal vegetation interference.
Okay. And any comments from the board how you would like to proceed? Should we could require they try to do something up the hill, even if it's not directly behind, but it'd be off to the side more.
And it defeats the purpose of what we were looking for. We were looking for the noise that would be directly behind up into where the wildlife are. And if you can't get through it, again, if it's that dense an area, there's got to be some kind of buffer. And I don't know if it's actually getting us what we would want to, what we're looking for.
Yeah, it would be a measurement that's not in the right location, really.
Just to say we did it somewhere. I don't know.
Kelly.
I wasn't on the board during these initial conversations, so I'm just wondering, do we have any indication that the noise levels set in the county code relate to negative impacts on wildlife anywhere?
We were responding to comments from Colorado Parks and Wildlife at the time where I think they had a concern. I don't know if that was, what type of data that might have been based on, or that they were just concerned with the production area back there. They'd made various recommendations about, ending earlier or not doing it during certain dates and whatever through the discussion. I think that's where we ended up. So I'm not aware of anything specific, to point to go, oh, right, this study determines.
Because all evidence indicates they haven't breached the county noise level. We just don't know if that level is healthy for wildlife.
Tom might know.
Kurt may have something to add.
Can I make a comment? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My apologies for not being there.
Thanks for sparing us.
We're glad you're staying home.
Thank you for not coming, Kurt.
Yeah, trying to be a responsible public health official here. Anyway, I think Kelly started down the path that I was thinking about, that I just wanted to bring up to the board with the wildlife monitoring, and that's, we could monitor, but understanding what that means, I think it's different. When we're looking at noise code, we're thinking about people and how it affects human beings, and I'm not aware of studies around how noise would affect animals. So we could collect the data, but then understanding how to use that data, I think, would be a whole nother challenge.
Yeah, it does cross my mind that one of the most loud things we have around is fireworks that would impact wildlife, especially in the middle of the summer, 4th of July. Is the fireworks can be very loud, and that makes me wonder about what effect that has. Like the big boom, wouldn't be like music playing, but a different kind of percussion sort of thing.
Whole different ballgame.
But I don't know if there's any studies that have ever been done on the effect on wildlife from that even.
I'm looking at Tom Dunlap to see.
I don't know either. Kurt's exactly right. The community noise ordinances are written for the benefit of the majority of a population to be able to go about their daily lives and live in comfort, and they're not intended to be all-encompassing. It's ordinances, like almost all ordinances, are designed for a population, the majority of a population, to have comfort. And the noise ordinances really aren't any different than that. There is the environmental, natural, ambient noises in the Crystal River Valley, specifically around the castle, are overwhelming, especially when there's runoff. And we've documented that a number of times in past studies we did regarding the castle, where the ambient noise drowns out anything that's man-made at that point, specifically the levels that we're talking about that are coming from the ceremonies that go on at the castle. Mm-hmm. So the difference might be that someone would hear a river noise day and night for all summer long until the runoff goes down. And then you add another different sound, like music. It's lower in decibels than the ambient sound would be, but it's a sound that is not normally experienced. Community noise ordinances do not differentiate between sources unless one is exceptionally loud, and that's not what we're finding in this instance at all. So the county noise ordinance has not been, in all the measurements I've done and testing I've done, with the help of the neighbors, as far as location and witnessing, has not violated any of the county ordinance. So I really can't tell you that an elk 3,000 feet away is going to be impacted during a calving moment. Might be, might not be. But the wildlife are subject to the same environmental sounds that people are in the valley. They're used to it. They're accustomed to it. They've developed their lifestyles. They're just like people have. So it's hard. I don't know that we could bring someone forward that would say a 50 decibel residential standard that is going to bring comfort to a community is going to have that same level of comfort with wildlife.
Thanks, Tom.
Greg.
I'm still trying to understand this. So, Tom, it sounds as if we took a measurement, if we could get, say, a rock climber with your measuring gear up to this location and took the measurement so we had the data, I'd feel more comfortable. But what I think I'm hearing you say is that measured elsewhere, it's not going to be amplified and focused on that area. It's pretty unlikely it's going to be higher than we would see in other similar places. So the question, it sounds to me, is this even worth pursuing at this point? That's the first question. The second point I want to bring up, or a question I'd like to ask, is, to me it seems as if our county noise ordinance is really not up to the task of taking care of the problem that I'm seeing in the letters from the neighbors, that occasionally, the sound goes over and they're irritated by it. And some of them are living 500 feet away, and some are living 1,000 or 2,000 feet away. But I think you said that the ordinances are created to reflect a level that's acceptable to a majority of the people in the area. given the number of people in the area, we've got a pretty high number of people saying, hey, there are times when this just gets too loud. So I'd like to figure out how we can address that so we all get along as neighbors. I don't know what all the circumstances are there, but that's the question for me. I'm less worried about the elk. I'm certainly interested in, I would look to make sure the calving areas are okay, but I think that's not the big issue that I see here. Is that I want to make sure everybody's happy to the greatest extent possible when there's a loud party at the castle to know that they can ask it to be turned down or backed off a notch. And maybe that's all the difference.
The county ordinance allows for 6 minutes out of any aggregate 60 minutes to violate the ordinance by anybody. So there's going to be times possibly when, if you were standing right next to the amplifiers, that it would be in an exceedance. But the measurements are taken at the property line of the generator of the sound.
Right.
Noise is unwanted sound. So you measure the sound, and then if it's an exceedance, then it's a noise. So we measure for noise, but there's I don't know, I'm not sure exactly. If we consider dropping the quietest decibel level that we have that exists in the county ordinance, unless it's applied countywide, there's an in my experience in dealing with community noise ordinances, now going on 40 years with this topic, would be that you start to affect how commerce functions within a community. If you drop it to 45 decibels, things are going to stop happening. Is that clear? I mean, am I making the point? So
it gets to be too extreme for people to go on with their other lives.
50 is a number that's used as a residential area in dozens and dozens, or if not hundreds of noise ordinances. So we didn't go overboard to the conservative or liberal side of the numbers when they were presented to the board for approval of the ordinance.
One more quick question. You said that 6 minutes out of every hour, it has to be violated less than 6 minutes out of every hour.
6 minutes, yeah.
So if, say you had a song that had a super loud cymbal crash, but those crashes only added up to 5 minutes of the entire song, that song wouldn't make it, it could be really obnoxious, but it wouldn't violate a noise ordinance. Is that right?
That's correct. I think it's important to emphasize that I've been working with the Carvers from day one regarding this topic, and they've been very forthcoming and wanting to be completely cooperative with the neighborhood, to the point that I'm very supportive of the comments that Suzanne has made, and the physical number of complaints, or the actual number of complaints that have come from the neighborhood, are actually quite small. If I remember correctly, I'm not sure how many we've formally been registered with the county, but I don't think it's more than 3 or 4. Is that correct?
Just a couple, correct.
So
over the course of a year, 3 or 4 sounds kind of reasonable, I suppose.
Yeah.
Is that what the point is?
It gets to the point of my initial comment of a noise ordinance is not intended to provide silence. It's intended to provide a comfortable quality of life for the majority of the people, and not to minimize anybody's complaint. At that moment, when they write the letter or make the phone call, that's the most important thing in their life. So dealing with that.
And we're the ones who hear it.
Well,
after
and then
the Carvers, I assume.
Perhaps having a conversation neighbor to neighbor would be the ability to work out an option that would be satisfactory to that the one or two or three families that might be aggrieved by what they're hearing.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Kurt.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. So Tom hit the one point that I wanted to say, which I think there's a lot of confusion around noise codes. I think a lot of people think that it requires silence And it's really important to understand that. And certainly when I read the complaint and the couple of phone calls that I get about the noise code every so often, there's a misunderstanding from a lot of people that if they hear a noise, they think that's a violation, and that's not true. What we do is set a maximum standard during a time period. That's really important to understand. I think the other thing is, and Suzanne hit on this a little bit when she first started talking, because the castle is surrounded by residential area, the way the noise code is written, we enforce that residential standard at the property line. So that is a conservative way of addressing this. So they're being consistently enforced around residential code, which is exactly the same for everyone else in that region. They fall under that same standard. They're no different. So I think understanding that aspect of it too, that the neighbors can effectively do the exact same thing, and it wouldn't be a violation of our noise code given the data that I've seen that Tom produced. So I think that's an important differentiation or understanding to make there. There's not that difference. Do you follow the point I'm trying to make? Sorry, I'm on the phone.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we understand that, Kurt.
Okay.
So I'm thinking we should probably finish the rest of the presentation. This will be a public hearing too, and we do have one member of the public here. And when they do their comments, then we can come back and discuss the noise ordinance and locations and all that to a greater extent.
Right, okay, I just wanted to, I thought if we're going to finish the noise conversation here, just wanted to point out that the letter from the McCormicks, very, very near, had a suggestion which sounds reasonable about the water tank. Just wanted to bring that up, that sounds reasonable to me.
Can I just, it was my understanding the water tank was offered because of the wildlife issue. And
Right.
it's not gonna actually give us what we're looking for, which is what the noise is directly behind the area where the music is being played behind the castle. So it's kind of giving us something that's not something we're asking for. It's like, you know, why would we ask for something when it's not actually giving us what we're asking for? Because it's over here and we're asking for what the noise is over here. So the noise over here really isn't gonna give us what the noise is over here, is my understanding. So are we just doing it so we're doing something?
I think, no, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting an option that might work based on their suggestion. I don't know the physical nature of the area well enough to go beyond that.
Well, it's in a different location than the area we actually wanted them to test, which they can't access. And so my concern, just to me.
Is there a proxy?
Yeah, why are we doing
that
something over
could
here
give
when
you
it's not
that?
giving us what we want over there? So we're just saying we're doing something. I'd rather do something that was giving us something that we're looking for.
It was
Meaningful data.
a reasonable proxy location.
I'll pass this around. This is the map that shows the approved location, and then Steve circled where the water tank is.
The water tank's on our property,
Cool to understand.
and we can measure the noise, but it really is meaningless. Under the standard, it's what it leaves the property line at.
Yeah, it's not in the location we would be wanting to test.
Yeah, we would be using that location just because it's easy to get there,
'Cause it's
not that it's
accessible.
at
Got
the
it.
right location.
Okay.
And your point's well taken, Patty, I think.
I mean, I think if we're gonna do something, let's do something that gives us something that we are looking for.
Good point.
It's right there where it says barn parcel.
Yeah.
Sure. That's the water tank, that's where.
Well, it's kind of
Yeah.
like, I'll never forget doing a sound test with Tom Dunlap for nighttime use of the gondola on Aspen Mountain. We were standing in the adjacent Aspen Alps balconies. The snowmaking equipment made more noise than the gondola, even more so skiers skiing down the slope made more noise than the gondola would. And so the thing is you're living slope side, so you want us to have no noise, that means nobody could ski. And I think I remember that, and it was dismissed as the gondola noise was much less than the noise that was already existing. So it's a tough one.
So, Suzanne, let's continue
Okay.
on with the rest of your presentation, and then the Carvers can make their comments. And
Okay.
then
Yeah, I can, just a few more things. So just other, issues that have come up or, been raised, actually, or issues and or not issues. I think the McCormick's, noted that the shuttles for the tours have been a very good moderator of traffic on the road. I think that's, obviously there was a lot of concern raised by them about traffic. And so I think it was great to hear that from them. There is some concern from the McCormick's, and I think the same from the Harpers, that events, there were events last summer, mostly events that were coordinated by the Carvers, not so much the outside weddings coming in, those kinds of things, just kind of giving the timing of, I think, getting the event realm up and rolling. So, that is still yet to be seen. Does that feel different? Does it, what does that feel like for those neighbors? So I think that was just one of those comments is we've started to see some events not at the actual approved levels, and not necessarily the different types of events. So again, that's just, I think, a question raised.
Steve, didn't we also ask that any outside event planners be briefed in what the needs are and the concerns? So I think we addressed that in the original approval. So that's just an education process for those planners, and I think as planners get used to the venue, we'll be better off in doing that. I think the letter from the McCormick's was nice. Was nice to hear that after all the issues that came up the first time around.
Mm-hmm. Great. Additionally, there were concerns about, I think, about how the traffic, it comes through the Redstone Inn parking lot, and essentially the entrance was narrowed by placing boulders, so it defines the intersection, and that was, a concern raised by GR, the county engineer, in terms of there was just this big wide swath where people could come and go throughout that. So again, it's more defined. Catherine Christoph from our office, our engineer, went up to, take a look, and I think the Harpers had said, oh, it's only a car and a quarter, or, a vehicle and a quarter wide, and she said, no, it's, it's built to plan, and the plan, accommodates those turning movements, and then parking is accommodated on the signs. So, she went through and looked and said, this all is what we anticipated, and was as approved by the county. So, again, I guess we'll see. I think one of it was 2 snow storage, and, Catherine looked, she went up, whatever that was last week, I guess, and said, it seemed like that was not creating a barrier to, vehicle movement through there. So, she felt very comfortable that it was accomplishing what we had hoped for it to accomplish. So let's see. So yeah, just to note in terms of that phasing of the events, that the master plan had specified how many larger events, the over 100 attendees or more, that year 1 there could be up to 20 in a year. Year 2 it would go up to 25. So again, this was year 1 that has now been completed. So again, I think it's the annual review is set up to allow you to manipulate those numbers and say, do we have any concerns about continuing to move up from 20 to 25? They didn't see 20 events this year, but I think absent any further direction from you, it would go into that next year 2 phase where they could have up to 25 events. So I think it's set up to take your direction to change and say, no, we want year 2 to stay at the same level, something along those lines. So
wasn't the reason we set it is so we could see what the impacts of 20 events? So we haven't seen those impacts, so I'm not sure it makes sense to increase it when we don't know what the impacts of 20 events are. I mean, I don't know if the Carvers feel that they're going to have a rush next year of 25 events, but I mean, we set the 20 for a reason to see the impacts, and we haven't seen 20 events to know what the impacts are before we increase. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think that's what, is for you all to.
So it makes sense to me to leave it at 20, to see what the impacts are before we raise it to 25. Unless the Carvers have an argument that says, oh no, we're going to see a rush next year. You'd like to maybe see a rush next year.
Yeah, we don't know whether we're gonna hit that. Instead of looking at it as you need it to use it, it's like it's a penalty because you screwed up, was our way we understood that.
You didn't screw it up. We just haven't tested the 20 events yet. I don't know what the rest of the board feels, but
So I think, I mean, it sounds like the traffic has been a relatively minor impact, and that's largely due to the shuttle, your shuttle system really working well. And I did have questions about the shuttle, you know, your logistics of the shuttle in terms of, did you buy a shuttle thing, or do you hire out a company to do it? Those sorts of logistic questions.
can we stay with the
but,
thing, or do we want to increase it to 25 so we can move that before, because the shuttle, I think, is a different discussion. Unless the board doesn't want to respond to the increasing it to 25.
I guess that's what we're looking for direction. I mean, I think.
I'm trying to get direction out of the board, but I don't seem to be getting anywhere.
Right.
Okay, the issue's on the table. Let's not decide it now until we get through the whole presentation and do the public hearing part, and then that's one of the things that we need to decide on.
Okay, so I think at this point, I think the only other issue to discuss was there is a request from the applicant to there's a requirement for a shuttle or a pilot car for all events where alcohol is present. The applicant is requesting to amend that such that a shuttle or pilot car would only be required for events with more than 40 guest vehicles. That's essentially, they're already required to provide shuttle service when there's an event with more than 40 vehicles. So again, the difference was any event with alcohol was going to be required to have shuttle or pilot car, and any large event was required to have shuttling. But so they're asking, I think you in their letter you've seen, some events they may have wine or beer. That's it. It's a very, a smaller event. It's not such of an issue. I think the concern was these bigger events with lots of vehicles coming and going and people drinking at weddings or whatever that might be, and being on the road, and the concern about safety on the road. So the caucus did support that request. A couple of the neighbors did weigh in. The Harpers requesting that a shuttle be required for all events with or without alcohol. And then the McCormicks agreeing that, there's some smaller events. They said that serve beer or wine or over before dark should be exempt, but that larger events with alcohol would still have the requirement. Again, I think there is some reasonableness in there that, right, there's some of these smaller events that aren't really alcohol consumption type events. If you're going to a concert that they're having and having a glass of wine and then leaving, wasn't everyone's concern in terms of alcohol and being on that road. So for purposes of the resolution, I included some of that language that the McCormicks had suggested. I know the Carvers want to, discuss that a little more in terms of, what is that threshold, I think, to go, what are we comfortable with in terms of people and being safe on that road. So again, I think that's to be discussed. The language I proposed, when alcohol is present at the end of an event, a shuttle car or pilot car to Redstone Boulevard shall be provided. That's the existing language. And then just added events with wine, beer service only, then before dark, and have less than 40 guest vehicles shall be exempt from the requirement from a shuttle or pilot car. And again, I think, the Carvers want to discuss that a little more to see if we can find something that works in terms of excluding some events from that requirement.
So Suzanne, a question on that. So you added the words "that end before dark." So if there were a smaller party that the alcohol was being served, it ends after dark, then the pilot car or the shuttle would still be required even though it was below 40 car level, is what I'm reading that to say.
Right, and I think that's one of the issues about, do we want to, is it all of those things, wine and beer before dark, and how many vehicles, or, again, is there some, is dark the issue? Is it the alcohol service that's the issue? The number of cars that, the issue, or what's the combination that works? I'm not, that's not my realm, really, but I thought, again, just coming from McCormick's, I think there probably is some, recognition that not every time you serve any type of alcohol at the event, that wasn't necessarily what we were trying to capture.
Yeah.
Or the concern, really, that was raised.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Greg?
I was just going to say, I'd love to hear from the carvers on that. Really, you're the ones whose necks are in the the noose regarding something happens up there. I'd just love to hear a little bit more on your perspective on that. It sounds as if I'm beginning to get it. An event with a little wine and beer, you're not getting people aren't going to be inebriated. Shouldn't be such an issue. It comes down to you paying attention to that, I think, and your staff. Is that correct?
Right, and that's been our experience, that we've done all those. We generally only serve wine and beer unless people are staying over tonight and they have specific requests. But for events, we're really only serving wine and beer. Usually they're done within the time limit of the people have been able to have one, maybe two alcoholic drinks. And the only issue with the 9:30 is this time of year it's dark at 6:30, and so the events are done. We all of a sudden have to shuttle them or pile the car on, and so we're just trying to have the flexibility during the dark seasons to still be able to have it. During dark season, everybody has to be off the road by 9:30. They're going back to town. That's one of our other conditions, and so and generally the sooner it gets dark, the sooner they went out of there. I think some of our Christmas events were done by 8:30.
Right.
So, and generally people aren't leaving inebriated when they show up at 6:30 and leave at 8:30. That's what we were thinking.
Part of my thinking is that this is going to be an annual review, and every year we'll have more information, like looking at your ending times for all the different events on your list, and they were, ending fairly early in the evening by and large.
Well, we have to, Steve. They have to be off the road by 9:30.
Yeah, but going forward at the annual reviews, we could always change conditions going forward too. If things are working, there's no problems, well, why do we have this rule in place if it doesn't really seem to apply? So that's something that we could always change in the future too, no matter how we decide today.
I mean, so then, maybe it's just taking out the, that end before dark piece of it, that you wouldn't, if you're just having wine and beer service and there are less than 40 guest vehicles, you're not going to be required to have the shuttle or pilot car.
Kelly?
Why is 40 the magic number? To go from 1 to 40, because you could have, more than 100 guests and 40 vehicles.
I'm not sure.
Parking.
There was a lot of discussion right through the master plan that 40 was what triggered having shuttles, in terms of parking limits, just numbers of vehicles coming in. So again, that's just sort of working with the number that we used in the master plan to date. There was a lot of discussion, again, is the trigger number of vehicles or is the trigger number of people? Where we landed was 40 vehicles kind of being that threshold.
It was at a meeting like this where we're just trying to get it done and let's set some parameters. So we have the whole
Just
table
picked a number.
I've had a little meeting like this that's moving so rapidly.
There was one of about 8 meetings, Kelly.
Yeah, we had a lot of meetings, as you can attest to.
We've been missing you.
Don't say that.
Okay, do you have anything else?
No,
on
I think that's it.
Okay, and Steve and April, do you have any more comments you want to make on how the thing went, or whatever you want to comment on this?
I'm actually very proud of what we achieved this year. We had over 3,900 tours. We had 600 overnights. Almost everyone arrived by shuttle. which was not required, but we did it anyway. We were on PBS, the documentary. We got a nice state award for preservation efforts. I'm pleased. The After Dark thing is really ambiguous for brides and contracts and things. Just a solid number is easier.
And to talk about the shuttle, Steve, that was a decision April and I made. We kind of resisted being forced to do that. And as we started looking at the business model of providing guest service, and we equated it to shuttle service at the airport, we use that when we go to DIA, park in the outlying lots, and then you get delivered to the front door, and you're not worried about everything else other than just your luggage. And we talked to the new restaurant that went in, the pizza place people and the community, and it's like, well, if we can park them down there when they come to town and then shuttle them up to the castle, then they're having a kind of an exquisite experience on the way up. They're not worrying about where they're going, other traffic, they make the wrong turn, getting stuck, whatever else might happen. And the deal with the restaurants is we bring them back at the end of the shuttle, and they're probably going to go in and want to eat. So it's been a win-win, and the community members have all appreciated that the people then have a reason to see the rest of town. And the Redstone Inn has also done the same thing for us. We've had some events, and if they're not full, they allow us to park guests there and shuttle them up from there. We ended up buying 2 of them. We ended up buying 2 cheap used ones, Craigslist in Denver, because they're only going a mile each way. We're not bringing them to Aspen. If we ever bring them to Aspen to do tours, that'd be another story. But so that's been a win-win, I think, and the community's appreciated it. We've appreciated it. The guests, we always ask them, and they all say, "Oh, it's a great experience." They're able to see the Crystal River on the way up and the businesses in town. That's been a positive, I think. The events have been fine. We were able to accomplish 11 of them. I think right now we have 3 or 4 weddings booked this summer and kind of generating interest. Believe it or not, they're not all 150. The cost to the parents of providing a wedding for the bigger groups costs more money, and so we're seeing groups from 60 up to 150. I think the maximum one's 150. I think so far there's only one of those. So we're about to try that.
TDRs.
That's been good. I know that yours been part of those 8 events that our neighbors were all concerned about. We're going to turn the place over, and these people are going to come in and run ramshot with their events. Well, I can assure you that April's not going to allow us to turn the place over. There are going to be people representing us there, watching things and keeping a lid on things, probably more so than they want, which is just the way we operate. We need to express to you, I know John Ely knows this, that we've used some of the restricted transferable development rights.
TDRs.
We got a $200,000 grant from the state to do exterior stonework restoration. We had masons on the property from May through August, and they went around the entire exterior of the property and repointed and resurfaced. And the courtyard, I'm convinced, it looks as good as it did the day they opened. The state gave us $200,000. We used $200,000 of the restricted TDRs to do that. We've used a portion more of the TDRs with John and Susanna Reed's blessing to improve our domestic hot water boiler system, so which the guests appreciate. So we've got those ongoing efforts underway. We've got a couple other projects underway. We met with Susanna Reed a couple weeks ago. We're looking at a preservation effort on the kennel so it doesn't fall in like the hydro plant did across the river. So hopefully we can get that accomplished this summer with some of the restricted TDRs. April has an ambition to open up the garage on the south side that was always an open porch that is now an enclosed garage, so that might be able to happen. I just wanted to express to you that our appreciation for the transferable development rights, and it's been able to work for both of us, I think. And the changes in the we requested just in the approvals, just trying to clean things up, recognizing that we felt like there were some things we just got pushed into place there at the last minute, trying to get things accomplished. As long as we're spending the time and effort to get here and deal with these things, let's just keep moving it forward to a point where less and less to talk about, hopefully. So that was what our ambition was with that. So there were the two issues. One was for the alcohol policy, and the other was for this noise thing, just to so that it doesn't linger out there about whatever happened with that. So.
Okay.
I think.
Board, do you have any questions specific to the Carvers right now?
If I could, I know you're in the hotel business. You've been doing service, related businesses for I don't know how long, but clearly that's your business. I'm just wondering how is it going in general with the neighbors? Are the biggest, I'm going to say, thorn in your side, only because they're the ones, if something doesn't go exactly the way they think it should, you're going to hear about it. What's your philosophy or your policy for taking care of the complaints in order to defuse them or allay them, or so they feel like they're being heard?
I can do it.
Well, yeah, and McCormick's, you saw their letter. We got a complaint early on about dealing with one of the events. April contacted them. We found out who it was. We counseled the violators. It happened again. We told them they weren't welcome on the property, and we didn't have any more issues then with McCormick's, and they wrote a very favorable letter. We try to be neighborly and get along with them. The Whiteses are on their property very little during the year. We have a reasonable relationship with them. They came to one of our musical events. Sometimes I think Fred's just always looking for something to complain about, so that sticks out there. The Harrises, the third property, they just bought a sewer tap and hooked into the sewer line that we put into the property. So, and they're got a reservation to come stay with us at the castle, I think the end of the month. And then the Harpers on the end have a long-term relationship with the castle. I don't know if you knew this, but Mr. Harper was actually the stepson of one of the owners of the castle in the 1940s, and they built that facility, and then he inherited it, and he and his wife lived there, and he passed, and she and her daughter live there now, and we've tried to get along with them. They don't like us doing anything with the castle because it brings traffic. We use that road by their place, which we own half of, to enter the castle during the fair weather months, so that it's a panoramic view that you don't get anywhere else. So the guests that come up on tours like to be able to do that. There's another little side issue there in that their driveway is on our property, which hasn't been resolved, so that's a whole nother issue.
George?
Thank you for explanation. Thank you.
First, I have to say I'm really impressed by the number of events that you did this past year, the number of participants, and the relatively less than a handful of complaints.
Thank you.
I mean, that's really impressive.
Ditto that.
There were a couple letters, though, that talked about one of the issues was by the inn, the road and the intersection, in terms of how that might be impeding some traffic flows, or there's some better ideas. That was one question. And another one that related to road was one of your neighbors who thought that the section that goes by two neighboring residents, there was perhaps a need for some road improvement on that section.
New letters or old letters?
They're old letters.
I think that was White, Mr.
Yeah,
White's.
Yeah, there was, and I had a question about.
So anyway,
The access by the inn, George, was that whole thing that came up with the county engineer, I'm forgetting his name.
With GR.
GR and Yancey and John made us put in the boulders and narrow that whole thing with the Redstone Inn's approval. And I think everybody since feels like it's a better intersection. It narrowed it down, and you have to stop and look both ways. And That's the only complaint we've heard about it, actually. And they all were involved, all of our neighbors were involved in the application for making those changes to the road. They essentially approved it. McCormick's had to approve it to allow us to make the changes on the portion of the road that was theirs. The Redstone Inn was in support of it. Same thing with moving the gate out towards their parking lot. That was a suggestion of all of theirs and ours. The gate's been a little problematic this winter. We didn't have power to it, so it's we're trying to get it reestablished right now and or this spring. But so it's been moved out. The one that was on past there was problematic before that. But having said that, so that I think in our mind is all according to Hoyle. We did exactly what the county asked us to in the approvals, what GR did, and so on. In terms of the lower road, the road that goes then past McCormick's, past White's, past Harper's, on out to the castle, that's half on our property, half on their property. And we weren't required to do anything to that. We did post a speed limit sign, and we did have our excavator grade and bring in some more road base and mag chloride. So it has been done. I don't know that was after Fred left or what, but.
Okay, and then the other question I have relating back to noise, I noticed that your largest event was the Oktoberfest. So where was, I'm sure you had music. Was that inside or outside or both? What?
It was in the courtyard.
It was in the courtyard.
We had a live band. I don't know if you've heard the Oompa band. What's their name?
Yeah.
Perfect. The tubas again.
What is their name?
Yeah.
Now, don't diss tubas.
So that's fine. So
I'm a
football
former
band.
tuba
So,
player.
that was a large event, and I didn't notice any complaints. But one of the reasons, perhaps, neighbors may not have been there, but also you ended early at 7 o'clock, and we haven't really seen, besides that event, any larger events yet. And so we may want to consider, as we're continuing to just monitor how, as events grow and it gets more popular, that maybe for large events that we have an earlier end time, at least for the music, as an idea. It seemed to work for Oktoberfest. It seemed to work for some of your other ones, and so that's just a thought.
We should find out this year. Some of the brides are asking for, I mean, the ones that we're talking about, we've got an end date at 9 o'clock. Music has to end at 9 o'clock, you have to be off the property at 9 o'clock, in accordance with our existing approval. So we'll find out this year, and our ambition, or our expectation is to manage the noise level, George. We have a decibel machine that we set up there and keep an eye on, and try to make sure that it doesn't reach over 85 decibels, so it doesn't go over the property line at more than 50.
And I guess my last comment, at least for right now, is regarding the request for eliminating the need for shuttles if alcohol was served, unless you've got 40 people or more. And that seems reasonable. We just approved a special event out in Cozy Point. Be hundreds of people there. There's going to be alcohol served. There won't be any shuttles, and they're going to be getting out on Highway 82. So I think that's a reasonable request.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So my specific question had to do with Fred White's letter, and he was talking about the road that goes, and I think it's the road that goes past their house, and then it swings up through the middle of the meadow, kind of going uphill towards the castle. And I don't recall, I know that there, in all of our multiple meetings, you talked about various ideas of possibly closing that road and reclaiming it, and I don't recall where that all ended in our approval.
And you're right, that it's a road that goes up the middle of the front yard, and the old pictures of the castle does not have that road in the front yard, but the lower road that goes by White's and by Harper's and joins that continues on to the south of the castle and up around the hill and back around, which was part of the historic access. April had her druthers, that's how they would be coming in. And we don't have in place a plan to improve the road going onto the south or to eliminate the road in the middle. I think in our site improvement plan, it says that we may do it at some time in the future, and it says if we do, we have to get an earth moving permit or something.
Right, right. So it
I
wasn't.
remember it was discussed, and that's just like, well, when Fred's letter sort of brought the issue up again, so I wanted to bring it up and just to refresh my memory on what exactly your approval had specified on that.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, any other board questions right now? This is a public hearing, and at this point ask, are there members of the public who wish to speak at this time?
Yes and no. I do, I guess.
So come on up to the corner chair there would be good. There's,
This is like my least favorite thing in the world to do.
and just for
However,
the
I'm gonna
record,
do it.
state your name, so.
My name is Ruth Kinney, and I live in that Thorn in the Side, Crystal River Park HOA. There have been, I think the only outdoor events have been the kind of the local singers that happened last summer, I believe. I don't know, there might have been some others. I was out of town for Oktoberfest, so I can't speak to that. And it's like Tom said, it may not be more than 6 minutes worth of sound that's above a level, but it's still there. Can we legislate against it? No. Can we be good neighbors? I hope so. Those events, I like to go out and garden in the evening, so I'm used to being quiet. We do have that background noise of the river, which it's like any white noise. You don't hear that. You hear the motorcycles going by, but you don't hear that white noise. It was, the first time I heard it, it was like, what is that? Because it doesn't sound like music from where we sit. It sounds like just a cacophony of sound. It doesn't sound like anything musical at all. I guess I will say that that's my fear. And the more events, the more evenings, the more times that will occur. So the fear is that over time, and as more things are approved, that the quality of life that I've had where I live will degrade. I wish no ill will to the Carvers, none. And I'm so happy for what you've done with the castle. Sorry, this is why I hate talking.
Doing well.
But it's a concern, and I hope you understand that, and I hope you take that to heart. And it's not just people just complaining. It's a real concern. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. You did a good job.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry. I am a terrible public speaker. And one other thing that Tom did mention, conditions in the valley vary significantly. The river's up, the river's down, the wind's up, the wind's down. And that noise level varies significantly. My other concern is how do we monitor that? How do we report that? How do we be honest about that? He can't afford to have Tom come out every time. They're expensive.
He likes parties.
But, it's a real concern. Do I get a little monitor stuff? I don't want to go there. Anyway.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. And is there anyone else who wishes to comment? Seeing none, let's see. I think we still have, I don't know if we have our next items of public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing right now. If we need to open it in the next one, then we will reopen the public hearing. Bring it back to the board for further comments and questions.
Just so it's really clear, specifically, Suzanne, what are is it just two new requests? One is the shuttle.
In the resolution, and whether you know, again,
What
you wanna
page
look
is
at
it?
that.
This is such a big pack. What page is the resolution on?
You want to just look at mine?
Somebody have the.
196.
Thanks. So I guess, unless we want to change or impose other new restrictions on the carvers, the only action item is if we want to change the shuttle request.
Okay. I had a question actually about the music, the monitoring of the sound. Was that going to be an ongoing requirement to periodically test to have Tom, or is that going to be more
There is no requirement in the approval.
at all? That
for-
was just that there were complaints from the neighbors, so the carvers hired Tom to go do the testing at the next big event. Is that the way that happened?
Right.
So there's not actually a requirement to
Correct.
periodically test that during events at the property line or across the river, that sort of thing.
Right.
Okay. Patty, you brought up the issue of whether you thought we should increase the threshold of the number of events, since it hasn't reached the 20 events yet at this point.
Well, we set the number 20 to see what the impacts were for 20 events. We haven't reached 20 events, so we don't know what the impacts are. And we said, well, if there are no impacts at 20, we'll raise it to 25. It's just 5 more events, so it's really up to the board if they want to move it to 25.
And just to note that there is also a sort of a
numbers.
ratcheting for the
Yeah, right.
the
But every year
smaller-
we
the
can
20 to
evaluate that.
99 events also have a year 1 at year 2 at
Yeah.
50. So it would be both of those categories if you wanted to hold at this level.
Have they met any of the caps that were required?
No.
But
And what were without digging through my papers again, what were the numbers for the different levels of activity?
So for 110 attendees or more, it was set at year 1 with 20 annually, year 2, 25, and then would keep increasing. And the 20 to 99 attendees, year 1 with 40, year 2 with 50. So again, right, they weren't at 40 of that size event.
And how many were there this past year of that level? Seemed like there were way more of that kind of event, the smaller
I
number.
think 10.
Maybe 10.
I think 10 and one was over.
And so a quarter of the amount that you could have had.
And like 4 of those were charities.
Mhm.
There's a special thing on those too.
Yeah.
Right, which we allowed you.
So, right, so I guess, right, for year 2, for year 2, do you want to hold at what we had established as the year 1 levels?
Greg.
I'd like to propose we do that. Hold at that level, and when you hit the limit and it becomes an issue, you're going to be back every year with us anyway. If that doesn't create an undue burden, I would say let's stay with that. If it seems reasonable, that way we're not ramping it up, and then say you go to 50 events or whatever, and you have a great year with a ton of events and it really becomes a problem, then we haven't really served the purpose of the whole ratcheting up. So I would just soon keep it where it is until it needs the reset. If that you have to point out if that's unreasonable. If I could, I'd love to just put one other thing in there regarding something our public speaker, Mrs. Kinney, said. Wind is important. The wind noise can affect the sound levels so easily. You've got a decibel meter, Mr. Carver. I was thinking, is it possible to have a wind direction indicator as well? Because that may give you a really clear sense whether you're going to get complaints or not. If the wind is going upstream or downstream or across the valley, it may actually affect the perceived sound levels. And, you know, we'll see what Tom says about that. Also, we have the issues, if the ground's covered with snow, the sound is dampened. If it's rain on rock, it's going to be increased. So we could perhaps just pay more attention to some things like that. And then I was also going to suggest, just for the public commenter, keep a journal. You know, keep a journal of when it's a problem, because you may be able to work together and figure out, hey, wind direction to the west, you know, it's going to be a problem. Any other time, maybe it won't be. Just a thought, you know, more data on your end shouldn't be too difficult to gather that.
Those are all good points, Greg. The environmental influences on noise transmission are well established, and you've covered most of them. And what Ruth mentioned is exactly correct. Standing in her front yard, when I was taking readings with Tom Kenny, I had a handheld velometer that it's not scientifically that I would become a weatherman with, but it gives me an indication of what the wind speed is. And the county ordinance prevents taking readings if the wind speed is at or greater than 10 miles per hour. So purposefully, when the July 16th and late afternoon, there was swirling winds, just as you were describing, that dramatically influences their perception of sound and how it travels. So by the time that I was taking readings at the Kenny property, the wind was practically still. That was early evening. When I was taking the background levels around 4:30 or 5 o'clock, if I recall correctly, the wind was gusting, but I, using the handheld velometer, took background ambient levels on their property, waited till the highway noise dissipated. The river I couldn't do anything about, waited till the wind dissipated. So those are environmental influences that affect every noise source anywhere, right, let alone the castle. So the valley meteorology is tricky. Generally up valley winds at night, down valley winds during the day. I think that's the way it goes. But it's not predictable that way. So tying an event, musical event, to what you predict the wind is going to be would be an impossible task from my perspective. So I think you know, the county is the enforcing agent for the noise ordinance. So if the neighbors that have a complaint would call the Carvers, that would be the first suggestion I would have, rather than filing a complaint. But if a complaint is warranted, then it should go to the Environmental Health Department, and they have the ability to deal with that. So I think trying to legislate an event at the castle, or anywhere for that matter, and have it be dependent on weather and how it's going to be implemented, it would be almost an impossible task.
Sure, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just thinking, you know, if there's a prevailing wind indicator, it just may give you some heads up whether or not you're going to.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Wind and cloud cover, snow cover, summer versus
that'd just be a
winter,
suggestion.
deciduous trees. There are
sure. I understand.
Yeah. And I've observed that kind of thing. People walking 300 yards away, holding a quiet conversation, and we could hear every word they were saying, just because of the conditions. I think the wind was blowing from that direction. The way, if you knew which direction the wind was blowing in, it could be a signal to you to turn the volume down 1 or 2 notches on the volume thing on the music, and maybe that would, in some circumstances, that potentially could solve the possibility of complaints from the neighbors.
That was my point.
They also have extreme wind gusts through Redstone, so you'd be up and down and up and down and up and down.
And that, in that condition.
Yeah, Redstone is pretty erratic when it comes to wind. And then I don't want to stretch this to the point where we're making them, measure the level of water in the river and how much noise is coming from that could be masking. But, I think a journal for the neighbors, on this date, at this time, it seemed a little louder would be beneficial. So the carvers can say, who did we have and what kind of music did we have that day? I think that would be helpful in the good neighbor. And I think that's the best place to start.
Yeah,
Because I think the carvers are willing to do that.
And I know in terms of music, a lot of times, if I'm a distance away from music, all I hear is the bass coming through. Boom, 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 like a boom box in a car will drive by. That's all you hear is the bass part. And that, I don't know if that carries more or if it's just my hearing hears those noises more, but.
You're exactly correct. Bass frequencies travel much further and sometimes very irritatingly further than high-frequency sounds. Municipal noise ordinances or sound ordinances do not separate frequencies. That becomes a whole nother level of monitoring that is not required by, it might be required in some bigger cities where there's industrial influences, but the majority of community or noise ordinances that I've worked with have not done frequency differentiation that way, but you're exactly right. Bass frequencies will travel through walls and high frequencies won't.
So if not, you want to move this along a little bit. I think we've made a decision to keep the numbers the same as this first year.
Well, two of you weighed in.
That's what I'm just asking.
And I think all of us should weigh in on that. I think I would be in favor of keeping it at those levels until we approach that threshold, because you're absolutely right. We set those levels to see when we get to there, what's the impact, and then do we want to hold it there or increase it? I would say that if your business all of a sudden booms and you have people wanting to book more than say the 40 events for that size of event, that we could put in a provision that the carvers could come in and request an increase of that number in the middle of the year.
I think they can already do that.
So it'd be like,
back to us at any time, and
you have reservations for 45 and we only were allowing you 40 because the business all of a sudden just takes off.
I give
Then we could put that provision in there, or they would have the possibility of appealing for a variance to raise the number in the middle of the year.
I mean, again, I guess it would have to, I don't know that you'd give us the administrative ability to do that, so I think it would have to come back to the BOCC, so, I mean, it would be.
Why would we do that? Because we wouldn't have the impact. Like a pre-booking is not going to give you information about the impact.
No, this would mean they'd already met their 40 number. So if we hadn't had any complaints over that 40 number and they wanted to move it to the next level because they had people who came in and wanted to
And
do
that's
tour.
fine, but that's different than what Steve.
Oh, well, no, I'm saying
Well,
no.
that's the kind of scenario I'm
Sorry,
thinking.
that's what I thought he was
Yeah.
saying. Yes,
So I just toss that out as an idea that.
yeah, with no complaints, and I think the carvers would be my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that they would have the right to come back to us without it being a special provision, but if we needed to write it in as a special provision, we could do so, just to allow them the opportunity to come back to the board and say, we're in July and we've already had 40 events because we were having a great year, and we have the opportunity to add 5 more. For this season, we've had no complaints, and let us make the decision if they wanted. I don't want to keep them from having business.
Yeah, that's kind of what I envisioned in proposing that. So we are saying we're going to keep it at the same number of level that it is now, but it gives it an out in a special circumstances if the business changes and its business is booming.
I think at that point, I mean, essentially they're asking for an amendment to their approval,
Yeah.
which we would kick up to you. I'm not sure.
I'm
Again,
saying kick it up to us.
The approval already builds in this opportunity at the annual review to discuss where we are with numbers and whether we're everything's great or not, or, whatever. So that's really the opportunity. If something happened in between, I think then that's a request to amend the approval that we kick up to you.
And
all.
they could do that even now without us
right,
writing something into
right.
the ordinance. Okay. George?
Well, if you're ready, I'll make a motion.
Sure.
Yeah, I just make a motion approving the annual review for Redstone Castle with the change, the one change in terms of the shuttle service requirement.
And holding the numbers to the 2000.
Just as it is, yeah. The only change that was requested was the shuttle.
I'd second that.
Now,
No, wait, but we're asking to hold the numbers the same as the current year.
Right.
That's different. They automatically get to bump the numbers up, so we're asking, so that needs to be a provision in here,
We would
doesn't it?
add that.
Yeah, great. Thanks for catching that.
Just for clarification, the discussion about the words "that" and "before dark," and the carvers really asked that not be the condition. The condition would be the number of vehicles.
To be clear, the carver's request was to basically remove the language that says, when alcohol is present, they would be required to do this. They're already required to have the shuttle if they have more than 40 vehicles. So again, I guess your decision would be, do you strike that language? We would, just the approval would strike the previous requirement, or do you keep the requirement with some caveat, which may or may not be the language that I proposed? And I think the question was about the ending before dark
Yeah,
piece of that.
I would just strike that. Again, we just did an approval. We do
dark.
approvals all the time in the wintertime. It's dark. It's certainly much more dangerous getting on and off Highway 82 than getting in and out of the castle.
So the only thing we delete is dark.
Well, but actually, I
and
think what
before dark.
George is saying, and maybe we'll make sure, is that condition 1 would say amend table 5 to eliminate that first sentence. The second sentence doesn't exist today. The first sentence says, when alcohol is present at the end of an event, shuttle or pilot car shall be provided. I think, George, you're saying strike the language, that language.
That's correct.
So there is no different requirement with or without alcohol. It's just that you require a shuttle anytime there are more than 40 vehicles.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that
I'm
was
good.
what I understood.
Yeah.
So that's George's motion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will
Good with you, Greg?
second it.
Good with it. I second it already.
Greg
You can
already
second
seconded
third
it.
it.
I will third it, and then I'll vote to fourth,
Okay,
fifth
is
it.
there further discussion at this point? None, all in favor of the ordinance, the resolution as amended, say aye.
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 Thank
Any
you,
opposed?
thank you.
Okay, unanimous decision.
Good job, you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to our last item, land use action. It's the resolution allocating 2019 rural area residential growth management quota system allotments for additional floor area to the two properties. Ford Wilson, MGT Trust, and the Team JLC LLC.
Thanks, Steve. So yes, you continued this item at your last hearing, requested additional information from staff, including the audio from the P&Z, since we don't have detailed minutes for you, and also basically the packets, which included the staff's recommended scoring. So those were provided, and I think we're still looking for the resolution in front of you would grant the allotments, which is consistent with the procedure set up in the code. I think that's it, unless you have any questions. And Philip Ring is here, who represents actually both of the applicants.
Okay, Kelly.
Can you remind me which application had requested to reserve use of their allotment?
They both did.
They both did, okay.
Aren't all allotments reserved anyway? You can use them in the future whenever you want. Right now, they're in perpetuity, correct?
Right, I thought when I was listening that there was one that was reserving 900 for
I think it was that they had specifically said, we know we want to use this much of it for whatever portions, and then there's some more that we would hold for use in the future. I think that's what you're referring to. But, right, somebody could apply for an additional floor area allotment without specific plans at all, and just say, I'm looking for this.
Currently exists.
And then they would
Right.
go later to site plan how they would use that square footage that they had acquired.
So I had several questions, Suzanne. One has to do with the multiplier. Some of the things have a multiplier of 2 and others have a multiplier of 1. An applicant can basically be doing nothing on something that they would get the 1 point for. There's a multiplier of 2, so they're getting 2 points for basically doing nothing in some instances. Just as a general observation, which maybe might have applied to both of these, I'm not sure, I didn't look at it that closely, but what is the multiplier? Why was that started?
Oof.
It's just the way GMQS was written.
Right, I mean, it was part
years
of
ago.
working out the system, the scoring system, and how we wanted to weight certain categories in terms of their value to the community in terms of how people were being scored. That's a very basic answer. I think to really dig, deeper into your question, I think is more of the broader discussion about, growth management and.
So in the one case, it had to do with the water. I think the water resources issue gets a multiplier of 2. I don't remember the exact wording, but the project had no effect on water resources, negative or positive, and yet they still get 2 points for it.
And that's, again, the way the scoring system is set up, and, again, without getting totally specific about each category, is generally, right, if you're meeting code, it's often comes in at a score of 1. You're meeting the needs of your development, you're meeting code, you're at a 1. A 2 would be something that's going above and beyond and exceeding. And again, then the multipliers are applied to certain categories to add more weight to those.
They're more important categories, so they get more weight.
That's a very, that's a very quick.
Patty?
Those are the points that I think we're going to bring up in our discussion when we have a full meeting, full conversation about GMQS, because some of the points you get right now are for things that are already required to do within the code, because the code has changed since GMQS was originally written. So those are points we cannot challenge tonight, but those are points I think we will bring into our discussion. I know we will bring into our discussion when we're looking at GMQS, because it no longer makes any sense.
Okay.
Because it's old and the code is new.
So I was just asking the question, just to
Yeah.
for me to understand better how the scoring system works. Another question has to do with, in both of these cases, they're not putting a very high percentage of the allotment subgrade. They're reserving it for future use. And I didn't even look to see that. They did get points for reduction of the mass by putting some of it underground, and yet they're not putting so much of the square footage underground. They're reserving it for future use. And that seemed like kind of an anomaly that maybe isn't fair.
You're articulating the problem I was trying to remember, so thank you.
Well, because they don't have to put it underground. They get points for that, but right now, currently, they're already meeting the threshold that they need, so that's the problem we have with GMQS, is you can meet the threshold by doing very little, and that's not what the competition was set up for. Those are the things we need to address that we really would like to change tonight, but we can't.
And I guess just
That's
to
the
that point
frustration
too,
I
I mean,
think
I
we're
think
all having.
if you do think about it in terms of someone can come in and just compete for the additional floor area with no plan for specifically how they're going to use it, they would commit that I'm going to put whatever percentage that is of that 3,000 square feet below grade, but we're not looking at necessarily the specific plan for how any of that's going to be used. again, that could be seen as a flaw in the system, no doubt. But again, in this case, this applicant does know how they want to use some of it, but obviously is looking to save some for the future.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're using upfront everything that goes above grade, then right, it will, in the future, if they want to come back and use what remains, it will be clear that they could only use that if they put it below grade.
Below grade.
So
Make that what they agreed to in the
again,
GMQS.
right, I think
Okay, okay.
Confusing.
So, looking
Or
at the,
arguable, do they get points at all, and do they still meet the 20-point threshold?
so looking at the big question is, both of them came in under this current system of GMQS scoring. They both reached the threshold of 20 or above. P&Z voted in the affirmative, 3 to 1 to 1. I don't quite in listening to the tape, I couldn't quite understand the one abstention in the matter. Like, who did the abstention? Was that for both of the projects, or was that just for one of them? I didn't quite
I
understand.
think that, I believe, as I recall, that the vote was the same on both, and it was the same no and same abstention.
And so somebody did abstain because of a conflict of interest?
No, it wasn't a conflict, it was more, I think it was more broadly just an abstention based on their dissatisfaction with kind of the system. Kind of what you're struggling with right now.
So that was like a protest vote against the GMQS or something like that? Okay.
I didn't know we were allowed to do that.
You can do whatever you want. That's what the county attorney keeps telling us. I've yet to see that, but.
One other one that I saw on the one on Snowmass Creek, they're putting a substantial amount of money into the fire mitigation efforts that will be taking place on Snowmass Creek Road. And yet in the application, the fire district said because there's not an adequate readily available water supply in that vicinity, and because of that, they thought that the project shouldn't be approved as it was proposed. And yet they're getting points for doing the mitigation efforts on the vegetation management. Perhaps part of the wildfire mitigation might be adding more readily available supply of water that the fire district could tap into. Seems to me that might be the solution to that issue.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look more specifically at the fire district's comments.
That would be something that came up at site plan review.
I was going to
or
say,
something
sometimes
that's
the
not part
comments
of
we're getting from the
GMQS.
fire districts are things that get addressed as part of the site plan,
Uh-huh.
which, is not necessarily what, fully what we're reviewing at this point. And kind of the nuances of how that plays out in growth management, again, what their comments may be more specific to when we're actually, what we're reviewing at site plan. So that could be something we would capture at that point.
Yeah.
Because they would have to meet the requirements of the code and the requirements of the fire districts, to get a permit.
And that might be a suggestion that could be made to the Upper Snowmass Creek Caucus for their fire mitigation efforts this summer, to not just look at vegetation management, but look at water supply, increase of available water supply at one or more locations. And I don't know if that would be something that ComDev could convey to them, or I don't think it doesn't really necessarily apply to these GMQS applications here.
Let's stick with the application. I'd love to move it along. Are we ready for a motion?
Are there more further comments? Or you have more motion?
I'll make a motion that you approve the allocation of the 2019 Rural Area Residential Growth Management Quota System allotments for additional 4-year to Word B. Wilson Management Trust and Celia R. Wilson Management Trust, and Team JLC LLC.
I will second. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, further comments?
This is
George?
Yeah,
public
I'm not going to support this. I don't agree with the way it was scored in terms of true public benefits for both applications, for both requests. So I'm not going to support it.
Is it still a public hearing?
That is.
I don't think this is this is not a notice.
Just want to make sure we don't have to
Just
reconsider
says
our vote
land
again.
use action without public hearing is the way I read it.
Right.
I'll just make a comment, if I might. We know that we've known for how many years that this process needs to be reevaluated and, scrapped and started over or whatever. And I'm hoping and I believe that the board will be doing that this coming year, that we're going to really focus on that. And there are flaws in tonight's applications that we really are in a hard spot right now as far as saying no, we're moving. I think George, George is consistent. We have to appreciate that. And but I think we need to move this along, and then we need to really take the initiative and fix it. It's up to us, not the people coming and applying. It's up to us as the board. This is our process, and we need to go through and bring it up so that it makes sense to everyone. And I think we could probably call the question.
So I'm debating how I'm actually going to vote too, because I hold some of the same views that George does on this.
We need to be very careful, Steve, I'll just say.
I know. But I feel like, given the way the scoring system is set up, that I think that they did meet the thresholds. And even though I don't agree with the GMQS system, I think that needs to dictate how I would vote in the affirmative on it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, so I will call the question right now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Thanks,
So
Steve. I think you're absolutely right that
4
we
to
need
1, 4 to 1 vote to accept the scoring of these two.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay,
Suzanne.
And quick question, did we get any for January 15th deadline?
No,
Okay.
we didn't receive any applications.
Great.
So next deadline is July 1st.
Great.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I thought we had 2 coming in.
There are 2 in process that had already been submitted. So, but nothing new.
Nothing new.
It was an additional floor area deadline on January 15th, and no new applications came in on that.
Okay, great.
Okay. So next we have open discussion. Does anybody have any open discussion, including John?
I'm going, no. I need to go pick up a
Greg,
car.
you have your
Kelly
hand
needs
up?
ahead.
Oh,
He's putting his hand down. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I will move to adjourn.
I'll second it.
All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you,
Kelly,
board.
drive carefully.
Thank you, Grassroots, for taping us today.
Yeah, I mean, we felt.
Kelly, have a safe drive. It's almost thrown over.